Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the September 19th, 2023 meeting of the Southborough Select Board. The first item on our agenda is public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to an agenda, to an item which is not on the posted agenda. And we keep public comments to 3 minutes. Is there anyone here that wishes to make a public comment? Anyone in the virtual audience raising their hand? No. Okay. Marnie?
Thank you, Marnie.
Is this about something that's not on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford Road. I've been before in public comment to the Select Board specific to the Zoning Board policy that cites a quorum of 3 people for administrative. It violates our bylaw, and I have brought it up in 2 previous meetings in April and June. And I'm curious just to understand what is required of me to be able to have some action from you regarding the policy that's published that violates our law.
Have you talked to the ZBA chair about this, or?
Yeah, I have brought it to their attention. They have said that Attorney Tellerman helped write the policy. The policy with a quorum of 3 is in violation of our bylaw, nonstop, period. And my worry is we have 40Bs coming. ZBA handles the 40Bs. They're required for 4, but I do not want some policy that says administratively they can have 3 impact any of those meetings.
All right, I'm familiar with the issue you're talking about, so I will look into it this week.
I can follow up with a formal letter of request if that would be easiest, and then there's something documented versus a public comment.
Sure.
I
Okay.
mean, she has brought this forward 3 times
Yes,
now,
that's
so
right.
we got to deal with this.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is we have a hearing for Class 2 license for CAC Auto Group Boston LLC, 206 Turnpike Road. And Vanessa, would you please read the public hearing notice?
The Southborough Select Board shall hold a public hearing on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023 at 6:45 p.m. in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, Southborough, to consider an application from Carnova LLC for a Class 2 used car dealer's license to be located at 251 Turnpike Road in Southborough. The public hearing may be viewed or listened to by the public through a link located on our website. All interested parties are encouraged to view and/or participate.
I think that's the 6:45 notice. Okay,
On.
this is the
I'm in the
CAC.
wrong order.
I can give it to you if you want. Want this? Here you go.
Sorry. Wrong one. We'll start over. The Southborough Select Board shall hold a public hearing on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. to consider an application from CAC Auto Group Boston LLC for a Class 2 used car dealer's license to be located at 206 Turnpike Road in Southborough. The public hearing will be held in a virtual meeting on Zoom and may be viewed or listened to by the public through a link located on the town website. All interested parties are encouraged to view and/or participate.
Okay, thank you. And is the applicant here? Online? Yes. Okay, good.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, could you please introduce yourself? Yes, Peng Tian.
Yes, that's me. I'm currently the store manager of the location 206 Turnpike Road, Southborough, Massachusetts, zip code 01772. I'm currently the store manager of this store. Not officially, because we're still working on the processing and settle down on everything on the stores.
Sir, you're speaking kind of softly. Could you try to speak up a little bit so we can hear better?
Okay, can you hear me clear now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone, and the board. So my name is Peng Tian. I'm the store manager of our CAC Auto Group Boston areas. Not officially yet, since we're currently working our license and setting up the lots and everything. And there's a gentleman sitting beside me, who is handling all of the paperwork and doing the emailings.
Hi everyone. This is Ming Liu. I work with the general manager and our boss in applying for the Class 2 dealership license. I am here to and ready to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Yeah.
Having trouble hearing. If you could speak louder, please, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Hi, we are trying to apply for a Class 2 used car dealership license, and I work with the general manager, and please let me know if there is any question that I can answer.
Is that better?
Yes. Okay. Other questions from the board? Mr. Hamilton?
No.
Mr. Stivers?
Yeah, I guess I'm still a little unclear. Is this a business that is basically now operating someplace else that's moving to Southborough, or is some other form of this business already operating in Southborough?
Well, we are not currently operating. This will be a new dealership located in Southborough.
Okay, and what kind of vehicles will you be selling?
Well, we sell all brands, all used apparently, and we sell exclusively used from Toyotas, Hondas to some BMW, Audi. We sell all brands.
And you're going to be doing repairs as well at this site?
No, we will not be doing any repair work on site.
Okay, that, I guess, answers my immediate questions. I guess I'm actually interested in having a face-to-face conversation about this versus Zoom, as a matter of fact, if possible. But I defer to others.
Yeah, I
Kathy?
apologize. I'm not too
No
sure
questions.
how I can open up the.
Yeah,
And
we're really trying to open up the camera, but there's no like
by face-to-face, you mean,
In person,
okay,
yeah.
He said he's trying to open the camera, but
Yeah.
he can't get it open.
okay. All right.
Let's try
'Cause-
that. Okay.
All right.
You're on mute still.
Okay, hi everyone, can you see us now?
Yes, the volume is still very low. Can you turn up the volume some, maybe?
Okay, let me do that. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
yeah,
Yeah,
thank
if you're closer to the screen or the mic, that's better. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And actually, we really want to attempt like face to face at the conference, but unfortunately, currently we're not at Boston locations, because we are at our main base, Indiana. We have add up to what Leo just explains the situation in Boston areas right now. So we have a 7-store nationwide. Actually, our main base is located in Indiana, Lafayette, and we also have a store at Texas, and there's one store launching in California. This one we are still working on it, and this being few months we're working at Indiana locations. So basically, there's no manager staff in Boston. That's why we cannot access to be face to face today. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so is one of you gentlemen going to be the Boston manager when that happens?
Yes. Actually, I'm leaving Boston, but just I'm not at here actually.
Oh, okay.
Right
And when do you propose to open the business, if you get the permit?
We will probably take a 1 to 2 month of a preparation, and we have like moved the our inventories from the other states. Once we have like amount of inventories and license everything settled down, and then we will start to open. Probably gonna take another 1 or 2 months.
Okay. Thank you. That takes care of my questions. Thank you.
And, sir, I see in the packet there's the approved minor site plan that you had submitted. Looks like it was approved by the planning board in June of this year. Can you just kind of summarize for the board the process that you followed to get that approval? And did you appear at the hearing on the site plan review, or did you have a representative appear for you?
Well, we work with Hancock Associates in working with this project, and I think the majority of the project is regarding the storm water treatment, and Hancock gave us a detailed plan in installing a new some new equipment on the side of our property. I think they are the best resources in answering any detailed questions, but we submitted to the planning board and we got the approval. And if you have any other question, I can refer to them to because they are the most knowledgeable engineers in the project.
Understood, but did you appear in person for that, or did you appear virtually? Do you know if you had your representative appeared in person? Or
Yeah,
virtual?
the gentleman at Hancock, and they participated in person a few weeks ago.
Okay. And so you said you're looking to open your business in the next, you said 2 to 3,
1 to 2 months.
1 to 2 months?
Yeah, we want to open sooner, but it depends on everything goes.
Okay. Sam, do you have any substantive questions about the?
No, I'm okay at this point. I mean, if the planning board and conservation have looked at it and approved, I would think that covers most of the technical bases. We have any comment from the audience?
I have a question. Mimi Luttrell, 19 Oregon Road, Chair of the Planning Board. So the Planning Board approved the car sales, but I noticed in the packet that there's an agreement for warranty repairs of some company in Quincy. Are those repairs going to take place on that site, or are your customers going to go to Quincy?
He told us no repairs just a minute ago.
Right. So we have a collaboration relationship with a car repair facility in Quincy. So basically, they will take care of all the repairs over in Quincy, not on our property.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. And is there anyone else from the public? Yes?
I'm in butter.
Okay, sure. Could you please come to a microphone and introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Suzanne Leeds. I live in that farm right in front. And I wasn't aware of a car dealership going to happen. And I was concerned about the traffic, because they're going like across my land. And I was wondering what kind of traffic this will, generate.
Okay. Do you know, did you also, did you get a notice for
This
a?
is the first notice I got about it
Oh, okay.
this week.
So you weren't notified when there was an application for a site plan review?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Or conservation?
Wondering about the traffic, and, because I have small children, in my house, and they're already going pretty fast up Middle Road.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned. There's a lot of traffic on Route 9. They're not going to test drive. They're going to come up Middle Road, I would think. That, I'm just concerned about the traffic, and the road isn't that great. The driveway isn't that great, but that's their concern, I guess. So that's my question.
Okay, thank you for brought that up. Actually, what we planned is we did take a look at the surrounding areas. We realized that, as you said, the road conditions not that good. At that point, actually, there's a JC ground next to us, right? Yeah, there's a JC ground. We share like a large property, like the lands they are like right next beside us. Um, we have been experiencing there's a lot of like huge truck loaded with constructions materials, those like really big trucks. The road damage, I'm not 100% sure that's because we make the road condition bad, but definitely, um the road condition bad, like because the heavy loaded trucks cause the damage. But we will do our best to maintain the roads at our property. This is first. And second, we do realize that you brought it up for the test drive issue. You're right, for the dealership we might provide test drive for our customers. But what we do is when we go out to the trial and we will take a ride to the Route 9, we will never lead our customer and drive into the other side, which means is where people lived. We will try our best to avoid to get contact with the roads beside the citizens around that road.
And by the way, from my personal understandings, most potential car buyers, they would love to try how well this car behaves on the highway. So Route 9 would be the better choice for them to do a test drive. So I think we will mostly use Route 9 instead of using any local road. Does that answer your concerns?
Okay, is there anyone else in the public that wishes to speak to this? So, Sam, you feel you're prepared to vote on this tonight, or?
I guess I'm still a little confused, I guess, about how this is going to work. I'd like to take a closer look at what the plan is and traffic access, and Ms. Leeds has an interesting comment here that I'd like to understand a little better in terms of the impact on traffic through that intersection. Middle Road there has been a challenge for quite a while, and I actually don't think this is going to generate a substantial amount of traffic in and out of here. On the other hand, not clear to me what the implications of it are based on what we've heard. So we have a couple other hands raised here.
I'm not ready to vote. I want to make sure she was notified for the conservation and planning board hearings too. And it'd be great if these guys could
It
come in
was
person.
minor site plan,
Yeah.
so that's not required.
Not required?
Was there a hearing before the Conservation Board? Was there a hearing before the Conservation? The applicant said so, yes, but I don't recall.
Because conservation hearing definitely does require notification. I believe it's 100 yards.
Or 300 feet
Okay.
or something.
So
No,
do-
I'm sorry, it's 100
Yeah.
feet, I think.
So do you want to, and, we also have another applicant for the same type of license on Route 9. They're here in person.
Yep.
So could you come back on October 10th and have someone in person here?
Sure, we will be there.
Okay, thanks, I appreciate that. And it's also good for, us to meet new business owners in town.
Yep. We had another hand up out here, though.
Okay.
Lady in the back.
Oh, in the back, sorry.
Yeah, I'm actually just hearing about this for the first
Okay,
Could you, microphone, please?
Yeah.
This went before Conscom, there had to be a butters.
Yeah.
I just have one concern after hearing about this.
Name and address, please.
Oh, sure. Kathleen Dupuy, 52 Atwood. And I take Middle Road actually quite a bit from Route 9. My concern is less about the traffic and more about people from out of town trying to take a left across Route 9 onto Middle Road to get to this place when they are test driving, because that is a very, very hard thing to do. I think I'll leave it at that, but just something to think about.
okay.
Thank you.
So I move that we continue the public hearing for the CAC Auto Group Boston LLC application until Tuesday, October 10th, and should we say, 6:35? We'd have that be the first item on the agenda?
Check and make sure we have no other hearings
Okay.
scheduled.
Okay, no problem. We'll be
Oh, just
present.
before you, we're just checking to make sure there's no problem with that date. Because I know we had agreed to shift the
That's
schedule a
our
little
next
bit.
meeting.
Yeah,
No, we have no problem with the dates.
Okay, that's fine.
that works. Okay, so is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay. So that hearing is continued, and
See you next meeting then. Thank you.
okay, the next matter on the agenda is a public hearing for a Class 2 license sought by Carnova. Could you read the public hearing notice, Vanessa?
The Southborough Select Board shall hold a public hearing on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, at 6:45 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, Southborough, to consider an application from Carnova LLC for a Class 2 used car dealer's license to be located at 251 Turnpike Road in Southborough. The public hearing may be viewed or listened to by the public through a link located on the town website. All interested parties are encouraged to view and/or participate.
Thank you. And are you here on behalf of the applicant?
This is the applicant.
Oh, great. If you could please introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Douglas Machado, and I'm over here to the hearing to get the license to sell used cars in Southborough.
Okay. And there's a long history of this site being used for a car dealership, right? Originally as a new car dealership, and
Oh,
had different iterations of car
This is a blue
sales, yeah, and storage. I don't have any questions. Does anyone else have any questions about this? And you wouldn't need to have a site plan review because you already have an existing, you're just moving into an existing
yes.
site. Yes.
I do have a question.
Okay, great.
At one point, I heard that there was a question about the previous car operation there having a license, and the question was, is that license being transferred here, or did that license get turned in, voided?
No. Yeah, as far as we know, the red turned the license back.
And so that was voided, and so this is an entirely new license, it's not a transfer.
That was one of those missing paperwork to get the meeting today, and I was making sure I called the landlord, and he got in touch with the previous owner.
Good.
And then,
Oh, good.
and they came
Good,
over here.
good. I'd heard a while ago that there was a question about that, so
Yes.
glad that that's taken care of, so. I guess I don't have questions. Again, we've been through a lot of discussions about this site, and it looks to me like the use here is certainly no more intensive than we have seen previously. So I'm okay at this point.
And it's also good to have, I hate to see the vacant spaces along Route 9, so it's always good. And,
I'm hoping to
Thank
be
you
there
for
for
choosing.
15 years.
okay, thank
So
you
we got-
for
So
choosing to.
how are you
have your
related?
business in Southborough.
So you're part of this too?
I'm just a consultant here.
Yeah, Pat is a longtime friend, and, we do have the two dealerships, and one in Haverhill and one in Newbury, Massachusetts.
Both used cars?
Yes, Carnova, and he always help us with the paperwork, and, he's my man to go.
No, so we want new businesses to come to Southborough. We're glad to see that building
Very happy.
occupied. So that's great. So good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome to Southborough.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public?
No hands up.
Okay, seeing none. I move that we approve the issuance of a Class 2 license to Carnova LLC.
Second,
All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay,
welcome.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
The next item on the agenda is, oh, that's right.
Sorry.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Brian? I think you and Carla are up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So this is our long-awaited quarter four report, financial report that we do on a regular basis. So we had a great discussion with Mr. Pfaff, the chair of the advisory committee, and select person Cook here last week, 2 weeks ago, a week ago. And as you know, we do that on purpose. So it acts as a filter to this meeting, so we don't have to go through hundreds of pages of line items and things like that. So we try to keep it really high level. We had actually discussed amongst us these reports and trying to have at least a section or some comments about more broad financial things in the future, coming at us in the future. And so we're going to try to, over time, do that a little bit more than we have in the past. The good news is it did close the fiscal year, this June 30th, and I'm not going to read the memo because I'm sure you've all done that, but it was a good year. It was a good, solid year all around. We came in with our revenues much higher than we estimated, and our expenses were a little less than we thought they were going to be for the year. So it ended up being a solid year, which of course, I know everyone probably wonders, that's going to lead to free cash. And so we did admit, and I think we're pretty confident that it will go up this year. I do not know yet. Carla doesn't know. She will be filing that within a pretty reasonable soon time. And so I don't think it's going to be a whole lot of time before we know that number. And I know it's important for the next budget season, which is going to start soon. So we gave you all the details. If there's questions on them, feel free to just ask them now or later. We did have one thing that the board, we passed by Andrew and Kathy at our meeting, and that's we have a little rule with line items for budgets that we instituted a few years ago that anything over $5,000, we would notify the board of that overage in any department. We tried it for a few years, and it seems to be catching up. It's sort of a low threshold, so we'd like to up that to 15. That's our request for tonight. It's the only vote you'd have to take with us tonight.
So that's for if you go over in a particular line item
Correct,
of a department's budget.
correct.
Right.
And it's fairly, I'm sorry.
Sorry, let me just intercede here.
It's, go ahead.
Tag team. The small departments will never hit it, and for the big departments, it's kind of white noise. You know, police, fire, and DPW, their budgets are to 5,000 for them is not a big number. Obviously, if there's something that we view as a problem, I'm happy to bring it to the board and, send a memo even not during our quarterly reports to keep you informed. But the departments have done a great job watching their budgets, and they're in tune to this, and they've really done a good job. So we were wondering if we could up the threshold.
Kathy and Andrew, I think, were supportive, and so I think Carla is exactly right. When we instituted this, things were a little different. The departments know that we do these regular reviews now. It's a little different, so they're very aware to watch their budget, and they've done a very good job overall.
They're great.
So it just makes a little bit easier if we raise that limit.
Al has something to say.
So, two quick questions. Thank you. If you move from, if we were to look at this year's budget, for example, or last year's budget, and we move from 5,000 to 15,000, how many flags would go up in each scenario?
I wouldn't say there's any line over 15,000, really. I mean, as far as the big departments, I can't think of a line that's over.
So how many departments would have line items that ran over 5,000 versus 15? I'm trying to get an idea of the magnitude.
Reasonable question.
I don't know. I can take a peek and let you know.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't have that many lines over
Not
at
this
the end
year,
of,
yeah,
end of the
we had
year,
that.
but I'm happy to take a look at that and get you some metrics on
But
that.
there have been a handful, I remember some where
There's-
we had voted on,
Yep.
5,000 kind of numbers.
Yep. But everybody was pretty much able to absorb it.
So then
within their bottom
the
line.
second piece of that is, obviously, when you've got a budget of $5,000, it's going to be a little difficult to run it over by 5,000.
Well, that's what you said a minute ago. The
Yeah.
little ones, it's not
Right.
applicable.
They-
I would actually suggest that at a bare minimum, you bring it to your attention and to the town administrators, if you set some form for the small departments on a percentage basis.
Percentage.
Yeah, because, just because you have a small department doesn't mean you have the same set of responsibilities that, somebody who's managing a multi-million-dollar budget has. This is just, it's a minor thing. But, yeah, I'd be interested in knowing, how many flags would go up at 15 versus 5 and last year.
Sure. I don't know that off the top of my head,
You
but I'm
can
happy
drop
to
me an
follow up.
email on
Yeah.
that subject.
Well, there were very few, because we did it last year
This
at
year.
5. There were
Yeah.
very few at 5.
Yes.
And what Andrew and I tried to accomplish with this first meeting for this fiscal year is we really do want to focus Select Board on the big picture, right? We want to really raise it up a little bit, not get bogged down into the details of necessarily every line item. We feel like we've got great confidence in the finance team. We had an audit last year where those that appreciate what an audit doesn't test everything. Audit samples, right? And, does it statistically so they can make good conclusions as to the results. And the auditor just gave this town rave reviews. They did not find one exception when they did that testing to anything they did, and that's just, to me, unbelievable. So Andrew and I right now have great faith in the process we have. The reserve fund was not tapped one penny last year, which to me is an indication of how well things were managed. How much was it turned back? Almost $200,000 as far as budgets go from departments. Obviously, no department was negative at the end of the year, but many were positive, and that came back too. So we feel really good with the structure we have as far as controlling the expenses. I feel like the things that Brian and Carly have mentioned on the second page as far as future items are the things we should focus more on rather than whether something's gone over something by, $5,002. Knowing that things are, you can't budget perfectly, knowing that in the end, the budget still should be sufficient to accommodate all the expenses of that department, even if you have to move around things from line to line to get there. But, we got to talk about stabilization. We got a lot of big things to deal with, and we felt like our time would be better spent focusing on those than focusing on, $10 here and $15 here.
Yeah, I agree, and I guess I'd offer a couple of comments. One is that I think we've made great progress over the last several years in terms of managing this process, which is, I think, excellent news. To Al's point, I understand what you're getting at, Al, with the percentage thing. On the other hand, I'm more interested in the big dollar issues here, and I guess I view it as the town administrator's job to work with a smaller department that's having a percentage problem, but it amounts to $1,000 or something like that. I'm not as interested in spending our time looking at those, so I'm fine with the bump to the $15,000. And again, I give credit to prior boards who I think have pushed hard to monitor this process more closely, and I think it shows in the results here in terms of being in a great position here. I think the town clerk, as I recall, wins the accuracy award being within a penny of his numbers, so he's got very precise control mechanism there.
Well, there you kind of know what might happen, but.
I know, but the other.
Even a blind pig finds an acorn once in a while.
I don't know, I give him more credit than that.
So not to dominate, but one more point I want to make here is we're about to have a state financial review of all of our policies, et cetera, and this will be part of what they'll look at as far as this thing goes. So it's going to be interesting to see what they come back with as far as recommendations to improve things too. So kind of like to wait to see what they have to say once that part's done too.
But I got to believe that our bond rating takes this kind of thing into account as well in terms of the ability to financially control and manage. And again, that's great reason to have a very active control over this process. So again, I support the raising of the threshold to $15,000. I'd comment that I've always, free cash is great news, but I always found that as an oxymoron. It's not free. I hope they'd find a better term for it. And not even cash. So it strikes out on both fronts. So anyway, I'm fine. Kudos, good work to all, including departments, to manage this process very closely. Thank you.
I thought it was very interesting, and one takeaway for me was, I was surprised at the level of turnbacks from departments, and, when I went through the spreadsheet, it does show that a lot of them are just attributable to vacant positions, so that just reflects, I think, that the current labor climate that we're in, it's just requires a lot of work to try to post and recruit and fill positions, but I know that a couple key positions have been filled recently, so there should be, hopefully, fewer turnbacks like that
Let's hope.
next year, yeah. All right, any other questions?
Nope.
Okay.
So we need a vote on the limit, 15,000?
So, heading into this, I had thought, even with the $5,000, it's been useful as just like a notice, right, what's going on, but I didn't think of the point you made about the difference between, you're right, as you think about it, most of them have come from police, DPW, and there's just been a lot of different moving parts in those departments the last couple of years. It's not like we did anything as a result of those notices.
Right.
Remember,
I
the
can't
big one
remember.
doesn't report to a school, so, that one,
Yeah.
the biggest part of the budget, we
They're
don't
off
even
the table.
deal with that piece of it. so.
Yeah,
And they do a great job, too. so.
okay.
But if anything unusual happens, I would think Mark would update us in terms of things we need to know about.
Yep.
So,
Well, definitely. We update the departments monthly. I review the reports all the time. So if there is something trending, something that we see as a problem, no doubt I will bring it to the board's attention.
Before we vote on this, I'd also like to say, since they're here, and this is their first report for this fiscal year, both of these two people in front of us are just a pleasure to work with. I mean, so responsive, so easy to deal with, that it really makes this part fun and enjoyable, and, you always like to talk to them, so, kudos to both of you and your personalities, and you're willing to help and answer and respond as quick as a human being can possibly do it, so truly, great job for both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Process has
So
been
before we vote, just another takeaway from this that I wanted to stress, it's a good point you made, is to have our eyes on the deadlines to spend or encumber ARPA funds.
Yes.
And, as you said, that so far of the slightly over $3 million allocated to us, only 444,000 has been spent or encumbered. So I know in our ARPA tracker spreadsheet,
Yeah.
that doesn't count as encumbered, that's just kind of set aside. But thanks for, noting that. And so your department will be kind of reminding people of the
Pushing that.
importance of this? Okay, good.
She's on it, believe me,
Good,
she's
good.
reminding
Yeah.
quite
Thank you.
often.
Yep. The departments are aware that they have the money, and I'm saying, spend it today, because the price might go higher tomorrow, so.
Yeah, because you're seeing all these stories in the newspaper about stimulus funds that people
Yeah.
can't figure out how to spend. Just before you lose it, spend it.
Well, we're spending it under the revenue loss
Yeah.
calculation, which is really the wide open category.
Yeah.
So if it gets to the point, I kind
Okay.
of told everyone by the end of next year, we need to know where you stand, so we would have time, the board would have time to kind of reallocate if necessary. So I want to keep everybody up to date on that.
Okay.
And I could help you with that, Andrew, if you get in a pinch, in terms of finding places to spend it.
Okay.
Me too, and I bet they aren't the same.
So, Kathy, do you want to make a motion about the,
So I'll make a motion to increase the level of which the Finance Department is required to report to the Select Board an overage on a specific line item in a specific budget from $5,000 to $15,000 effective immediately for fiscal year '24.
Second?
all those in favor? All
Aye.
those opposed? Okay. Anything else for Brian and Carla?
Nope.
All right. Yes,
I have just two quick things, if you,
yes.
this just take all of 20 seconds. Just two items under Mark's report, since Mark's not here. One, you're well aware of the retiree issue, and that will be discussed at the October 10th meeting. We did issue another notice today or yesterday to the retirees, notifying them of that. So there will have to be a vote that night, just for timing purpose. But it will be a full presentation, so I just wanted to let the board know that. Second thing is, we did get our rating today, and it was maintained, so that's good news.
Great.
And the ratings are what for each?
AAA,
Okay, for S&P, and then
S&P.
Moody's is,
We don't do Moody's,
okay, we just do AAA, okay.
Yep.
We just do S&P.
so that's,
So we did Moody's too, we don't.
Moody's is a different structure, and so it's a lot.
we usually do one, we used to do Moody's years ago. We never do two. Usually the cities do two, we don't.
All right.
And I had made a note that you might be looking for us to have a quick meeting before the end of this month to approve some,
That's correct.
okay,
The notes, and that's part of the reason we're doing that. We had to do that rating interview.
the 29th,
Yeah,
okay.
because
Yep,
the notes are by the end of the,
yep, so
well,
I had
actually settling in the first week of October,
penciled it in my,
September 29th.
29th,
Yeah.
I saw,
Right.
so,
Nice
yeah.
early morning.
like 8 AM.
8 AM Zoom,
Yeah.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is an application to serve on the Tricentennial Committee from John Kendall. Do you want to come up to the table and introduce yourself and explain your interest in serving on this committee?
I'm John Kendall, 5 Cottage Street down in beautiful downtown Corderville. And I've been in town a lot longer than a lot of the people in this room. And in 1977, when we had the 250th, I was participating with the fire department. And we had a pretty good time that week. There was a lot of different festivities that went on, and I'd like to see something put together nice for the 300th.
All right, great. So, do you think there were any kind of lessons learned from that?
None that I can talk about here.
All right. Kathy?
So, hi, Mr. Kendall. So, 250, I don't believe it. No way. Could you have done that one, too? I'm giving you a compliment. I don't see how you could have been. You don't look like you could have possibly done that one,
So
too.
he's 5 years
So,
I wish it was.
how many we have on this, 7 or 9?
It's a
Seven?
7-person committee. We currently have 5 people.
Okay, so it's almost ready to go. So you'll be number 6, and we've got to find the vet to fill the vet piece, so help us do that one, too. So I'm all for this. It sounds like your experience from 250 will be helpful. There's a lot of people excited about this committee, so I think it's going to be a good, active committee that will...
I really hope so, and I hope I have something to bring. You know, I've done a lot on Southborough history. I'm a history buff.
Yeah, so with your history, I don't
Been
see
here
why
a
you
chunk of
wouldn't.
my lifetime.
Yep, so I don't see why you wouldn't, so I'm fine.
Thanks. I think your experience checks all the boxes for me. I think that's a great background for it, and look forward to your participation in this. I strongly support the appointment. Thank you.
Thank you for volunteering. I have no particular questions. I've known of you for quite a while, and I'm
Yes.
sure you're going to do a good job.
I hope so.
All right. Anything else further to say, or?
No, I just can't wait to get this started.
Okay. I move that we appoint John Kendall to the Tricentennial Committee for a term to expire June 30th, 2024.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So next step is you'll get a appointment letter and get sworn in by Jim Hegarty.
Great.
All right, thanks.
Thank
I
you.
assume your fire department experience means you'll be in charge of fireworks for the event.
No, that'd be my son. He gets the detail right.
Okay, good.
Okay. Hi, Freddie. Is Joan here? No. Okay,
Just explain why.
sure.
Do what you do.
So,
Did you want to say what this is about, or do you want me to start?
I don't know, so,
She wants you to say that we're trying to appoint Joan to open space.
that's correct. The
Agenda.
next item on the agenda is to consider the appointment of Joan Levinson to the Open Space Preservation Commission for a term to expire June 30th, 2024. And you have an email in the packet which supports her appointment, right?
I did send one at your request. Freddie Gillespie, Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission, and I'm just here to let you know that Joan arrived home last night from Iceland, and then today she was on her way to Connecticut to pick up her dog, and got stuck in some horrible traffic, and she's trying to get here, but she hasn't arrived yet. I don't know she was on bumper-to-bumper traffic to Connecticut for over an hour when I spoke with her earlier, and then she texted me that she's not here yet. So I thought I'd let you, she did get a notice about coming. She was in Iceland, so I don't know if she responded or not.
Yep.
She wasn't sure if it went through, but she was aware she is interested in the position.
Okay.
Well, if she's on the way, should we delay and see if she gets here?
I think that makes sense.
I guess I would like to be able to
Yeah, I
interview
think
her.
for someone that those of us on the board aren't already familiar with, I think it's always helpful to see people in person, and it's fair to other applicants like Mr. Kendall, who's come in person, to just,
Yeah, she has no intention of not being here in
Okay.
person. She just,
So we put this on hold temporarily.
that.
and See if she arrives.
see if she can let me
Yeah.
know if she's near or not. And, yeah,
Yeah,
I
okay.
did, but I haven't heard back, so.
okay.
Okay,
She had
thanks, Freddie.
texted earlier, she was still on the road. And I'm just going to check the date of her appointment, because I'm not sure that's correct. I could be mistaken.
Okay,
Because we're a 5-year, and we have staggered, and I'm not sure which one was open, but there should only be one each year. And I think someone else was coming off on the 24th, so I'll just look that up.
Is
Okay.
this your only open seat right now?
No, we have 2.
One more. Yeah.
We have someone else, sorry.
and have you,
There is someone else who's interested in applying but got COVID and didn't finish, got COVID and
Okay.
it impacted her life. So,
all right, thanks.
Okay.
So with that, I'll move on and just give a quick chair's report. So folks, this is pretty self-evident to people that drive on Route 85, but there's a substantive update on the St. Mark Street construction project, which is that E.H. Perkins came back, and as of the last time I looked, which was a couple hours ago, you have the sidewalk installed, you have the new stone wall replacement. I don't know if it's entirely complete, but at least looks mostly complete. And the road is laid out, it looks like a road, so all those plans that people looked at for a long time, you can now see what it looks like. It's not yet paved, but I can't tell you when that's gonna happen, other than.
It looks like people are using it, actually.
Yes, yes, because the other road is now gone. There's a sidewalk which blocks it.
It was anticipated within the next week to 2, the work would be complete.
Okay, so that's great, and Sam, Kathy, and I last night attended the first hearing of the St. Mark's application for major site plan review for their proposed parking lot, and I thought it, got off to a good start, so that's in process as well. And then stay tuned for further update on the rebid of the park project. Next, for a member's report, Al, do you want to give a brief?
Sure.
update?
2 items on regional dispatch. I got a tour of the dispatch center with the chief and Kyle, and had a very good meeting there, and got a better understanding of the issues should we choose to do regional dispatch, of what the sort of issues are that are lumped in under the general heading of dark station. And what that really means is a set of functions and capabilities that we will need, that are not going to get covered under a regional system, that would be required to essentially make sure that we are still offering the same set of services to the taxpayers and residents. So, for example, right now, when the police department brings in a guest, that those those apartments are monitored by the dispatchers. They're not going to be monitored by regional dispatchers. So we need to find a way to solve that problem. There are other issues. There's a trading area where people who buy things on eBay and Craigslist can go and have their transactions monitored, and there's somebody who watches that. I found out an interesting thing, which is sometimes families who have problems, particularly custody issues, sometimes do custody exchange in the lobby of the police the public safety building. And so I'm attempting to see if I can identify the list of all of those functions to make sure that if we were to go to regional dispatch, we have a plan to provide those. So that was step one. Then Sam and I spent an hour with Andy Sheehan, who's the town manager of Sudbury. Sudbury is in the process of entering into a regional agreement with Holbrook, and they are planning to make the transition in January of '25. Mr. Sheehan has experience working in other communities that have participated in regional dispatch systems, so he's comfortable. Sudbury has about 10 dispatchers, essentially providing 2 people on site 24/7, 365, which is the system that we are anticipating moving towards in the next fiscal year. Their dispatchers, like ours, are unionized, and like us, they report to the chief of police. He reported they're having trouble recruiting and retaining dispatchers. Sudbury did have conversations with Framingham, just as we have, but they went with Holbrook because it was an existing operating system that had experience onboarding new communities, which they thought was important as opposed to trying to stand up a new system. What they said is that the state, in their case, will pay for all of the transition costs and the operating costs for 3 years, and that after that, their operating costs would be on the order of $400,000 a year, which would be less than we are currently spending. They're planning on having a staff there 24/7, 365 to cover the dark station. And they were unconcerned about the distance to Holbrook. They thought that the modern communications would not make that a particular issue. There are other communities in this area that are also in discussions with Holbrook, nor were they concerned particularly about the fact that the dispatch center would not be in the locus of their fire mutual aid system. He did indicate that he thought that if the Holbrook system reached capacity, they might be looking to build a satellite office in this area. I think there's substantial benefit to going to an existing system that has experience actually onboarding new communities as opposed to trying to stand up a new center, which I am given to understand is fraught with challenges. All in all, we had a very positive and interesting discussion, and I think we will continue to move on. I think we're probably going to have a trip to Holbrook sometime in the near future. Once again, as what I told the dispatchers is, nothing is set in concrete. We're about to have a proposal to have a large increase in staffing in our dispatch center, and so we are doing our due diligence on all of the available options so that we can stand in front of taxpayers and residents and say, we've evaluated the options, and we're headed in direction A or direction B, which we believe is in the best interests of the community. I don't know whether Sam wants to add anything to that.
Nope, I ditto the comments. Very interesting and very insightful, and again, good to talk to someone who'd actually been through this process twice as town manager in different circumstances, and useful input. But as Al suggests, a lot of moving parts, and we're some distance from a finish line on this. We'll continue to pursue it. Thank you.
Kathy?
So interesting, Essex is where they had the troubled ones, so the fact that the town manager is still all in favor of this is actually interesting and
Well,
good
The
news.
state did take it over, and he said after they did that, things settled down, and he lived with it for a while in Essex, actually, and said it worked well.
Okay, so here is my ignorant question. Where exactly is Holbrook? I don't know where it is.
South
It's,
Shore.
yeah,
How
South
many
Shore.
miles is it? Really?
Yeah, it's about 20, 30 miles south of Boston on the coast.
So it's pretty far away.
Yeah.
Because you remember when we were talking about Foxborough, right? I talked to several people, including my husband, who've done this kind of work before, and they all said, you don't need to worry about where you are physically. And the guy in Foxborough said the same thing, so this seems to bolster that statement.
Yeah, exactly. They were unconcerned on that front.
And it's a done deal for Sudbury. They're done. They're just.
They are in the process of negotiating their IMA. And once they have completed it, they'll share it with us. So right now, it's in negotiation, so it's.
But they've got the vote, they've done everything.
They've made the decision to go with that, as best I can tell. And I guess there are other communities in this area who are evaluating that option as well.
And notably, Kathy, they did not use the state template for their IMA, which caused us concern about some of the budgetary stuff. So, and Andy said he would send us the IMA once it got finalized to take a look at. So, just FYI, Norfolk County Rec is what the name of it is. It's Abington, Canton, Holbrook, Norwood, Rockland, Sharon, and Sherburne. So it's a fair, and they've got a couple others that are talking about it as well. So.
Kathy, I think the next member's report is yours?
So I thought you might want to answer this
No,
one.
I'm just conscious of the fact that it's under members' report, not a discussion item, so that's, okay.
Okay, so,
Okay, all right, good.
so I just wanted to reiterate what I think everyone knows, which is the process to move $196,000 from the CPC Affordable Housing bucket over to the Affordable House Trust Fund has been officially approved by the CPC last week. Sam and I went to the meeting. It was a unanimous vote. Ben Smith, the current chair, has sent a letter to Al, and I think I was copied on it. Carla knows about it to confirm that's what's happened. They did send us another document they wanted to make sure we have that just reiterates what our responsibilities are with that money as far as state law goes. So we have that. So I thought that was a positive step. At that meeting, there was a lot of discussion about what to do going forward. So we've still got a lot of work to do to get where we need to be as far as affordable housing. We all know that. I think Al's got plans to call a meeting for the Affordable House Trust soon so we can continue to debate the structure we need, what we need to do, et cetera. So CPC at this point would like to continue discussing the thought of trying to move the rest of the money over. There's 500-something thousand in still remaining. So there's about $1 million of affordable housing money in Southborough right now between Affordable House Trust and CPC. So we still got a lot more work to do as far as that goes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
Sure. In the packet, the budget review packet, there was a accounting of Community Preservation Fund balances as of, so that's the number, 520.
Yeah, so I'm adding the 500 to what's in the Affordable House Trust, 439, that's where I'm getting my $1 million. So that's still CPC. Okay?
Yep.
This is Affordable House Trust, that's not Affordable House there, that's CPC bucket there,
The 524.
yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got now in Affordable House Trust, once card.
Okay, so that's how you get almost $1 million, 539,000.
I may be
plus-
double counting the 196, so I don't know if Carlos taken the 196 out of that or not, too. I had $1 million even before this, so that's why I was confident I had it, but I'm not sure if she's taken the 196 out. So,
And so that's something we should probably also, that's part of the discussion about South Union Schoolhouse 21,
yeah.
Allen Street,
Yeah, it's
too.
all these concentric circles that
Yep.
overlap.
Anything further on that?
I did receive the letter. I did review the conditions that were put on it with town council, and he said there was nothing unusual Those were the requirements. So once we convene the committee, we will vote to accept the funds and the terms.
And I'm sorry if I missed this in what you said about, I was reviewing the draft notes of our last meeting. You know, it sounded like there was a positive discussion about going forward, the automatic transfer.
They discussed it. Right now, CPC is not ready to agree to that for sure. They need to understand, we need to have a further discussion, which I promised we would. So they did not agree about future warrant articles to move that money that you just pointed to over to Affordable House. We did point out that, of course, the whole reason for the Affordable House Trust to begin with is to be able to accelerate using the money, not have to wait for, a CPC to go through their process and then go through town meeting. So, everybody understands why the Affordable House Trust exists. They were concerned about, making sure that, the projects were appropriate, et cetera. So we've got more discussions to be had with CPC before we get to the point that they will support, I think, this automatic moving over to Affordable House Trust.
Okay.
Fund.
Is Joan here?
There she is.
Glad you made it in one piece.
How was Iceland?
Excellent, amazing, beautiful.
I have been there too. It is
It is.
Yeah.
pretty amazing. So could you just take this opportunity briefly to introduce yourself and talk about your interest in serving on the Open Space Preservation Committee?
Sure. I'm Joan Levinson. I've lived in town since 1992. I've worked for 34 years for the MWRA right here in Southborough. I retired a couple of years ago, and still kind of looking for what to do next, that kind of thing. So I saw this opportunity and thought that I'd like to know more about it and see if I can be helpful in this area.
Okay. And also, Freddie, to your question, Vanessa checked the,
The term expiration
Yeah.
is 2024.
okay.
That's a mistake, because we have 5-year terms, so what's on the website is wrong. That's listing 3-year terms.
Okay, I'm just,
So you have 2024, 2025, 2026,
there's 2 vacancies on.
and one should be 2027, and one should be 2028.
Okay, then we'll have to review that with the clerk's office, because I'm looking at what's posted on the website.
Yeah, and there's a mistake. 'cause
Go back and look at the original appointments. They should have that correct in the original appointment letters, presumably.
Okay.
one person per year comes off,
Right.
for another 5-year
So for another
term.
appointment,
Okay.
roles.
So
But maybe the website data is wrong.
it,
She said
it is.
Yeah, so.
I just went and looked, I was going to
not-
mention
Not
it.
clear, yeah. what is
Mistakes
right there.
happen. It's a new website, too.
Kathy, do you have any questions?
So welcome, Joan.
Thank you.
Just so you know, when Freddie told us that you were going to be a little bit late, it was pretty melodramatic till she told us what was going on, so I'm glad that everything's okay. Wasn't clear what she was going to say. So I'm glad you're here. It sounds like you've got a great background. Sounds like you're really interested in open space issues. We've got a very active open space group in this town that's very interested in open space. So I think that you'll enjoy doing it, so I am all for this appointment, given your background.
Great, thank you.
Sam?
I'll second Kathy's comment. Sounds like you have a great background. Maybe your MWRA connections can help open up some of their territory for our Trails Committee work.
Okay.
We have frequent conversations with MWRA about that stuff, so.
Okay, the local one, the local office?
Not clear exactly who the contact
Yeah,
person is, and DCR as well. They manage the watershed, so
maybe I can help with that.
that would be helpful, yeah. And
He's being modest. He's on the MWRA Advisory Board.
advisory board,
Okay.
yes, I've been following that.
He actually knows a lot.
I haven't been able to unlock that one, so I hope you have better luck.
Okay.
But again, Freddie's endorsement is a strong one, so I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Al?
Thank you for volunteering. I've been stuck in Connecticut traffic too. It's enough to drive you nuts.
Yeah, it was just on the Mass Pike today, honestly, for like an hour. I think it was over an hour. It was just because of a crash way up near Route 84. It was really bad. Bumper to bumper, so.
Just life as it goes along. Thank you for volunteering. We do, in fact, need volunteers. I'm going to suggest that, if we vote today for the term to expire in '24, we can then take a subsequent vote, a subsequent corrective vote once the whole issue of, is it 24 or 25, whatever the number is, so that we don't delay an appointment. I'm going to address a concern I have, which is I believe, we have a lot of open space issues, but there is in our bylaws a set of responsibilities that are assigned to the Open Space Commission in terms of advising us on open space issues. But in recent months, and this is not your issue, I have seen the Open Space Commission.
Can I say point of order? This is about an appointment, not about,
You interrupted him, keep going. You can, yeah.
I'm trying to set an expectation that I think the Open Space Commission needs to stay within the four corners of its enabling legislation, and I hope that you will respect those four corners. And I'd be happy to discuss that with you in more detail at a future date, should you wish. But again, thank you for your comments. We'll talk more about this when we get down to trees.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sam?
Oh, sorry, Sam, I thought.
No, I'm done. I said I'm fine. So-
Oh, okay, that's what I thought you said.
Sorry.
I move that we appoint Joan Levinson to the Open Space Preservation Commission for a term to expire June 30, 2024.
Second?
All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
See the
you.
town clerk to get sworn in.
Yeah, so you'll get an appointment letter, and then you see Jim Hegarty downstairs to get sworn in.
Okay.
And just before I leave the table, I'd like to invite you all. We're having a native pollination preservation garden tour, plant sale, and seed collecting workshop this Saturday at the Beals Preserve. And then subsequently next Thursday, we're having a initial meeting of the Open Space Preservation Commission's new Pollination Preservation Garden Club at the library, working to monthly engage the citizens on how we can manage and take care of these gardens we've created, as well as the ecological criteria and concerns that we're addressing. So you're welcome to go. They're on the flyers are downstairs. Thank
So
you.
you're trying to form a club, kind of like the garden club?
No.
No?
It's a club at the library. It's for specifically, we're not trying to be anything like the garden club, but it's called Gardens That Work at the library. The goal is we have these gardens, pollination preservation gardens. We need volunteers to help care for them, but we also want to educate people on the value of them. And depending on who shows up, there's volunteer work, photography, citizen science, many things that people can become engaged in.
And when is that?
Next Thursday at 6:30 at the library, and if you walk downstairs and look straight ahead at the bulletin board, you will see the flyer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I think we go back to town administrator's report.
Brian Valentine already covered the topic about the retiree vote that you'll be taking on October 10th. We also just wanted to let the public know that we had a very nice ceremony on 9/11. Both chiefs continue to honor that in front of the public safety complex. There were about 25 or 30 people there. Sam also joined us, so thank you. It was a little auspicious in the middle of the ceremony. Half the department had to leave, both departments.
But that was very fitting. Actually, that was a very moving
Right.
moment as we were
It actually was.
making the comments. The alarm went off and everybody got on the equipment and drove off to
Right.
save a life.
A hearty reminder of our public
it was
safety departments.
Pretty special.
Yeah, so that was nice, too. I did want to let the public know the EDC is doing a joint event with the Rotary Club this Thursday evening, actually afternoon, from 4 to 6 p.m. It will be held at Corderville Hall, and it's called the Inside Scoop, a business networking event. So we encourage the public to also attend that. I know 2 board members are planning to attend, so thank you for your participation there. Back to the recruiting that we talked about a little while ago with Carla and Brian, I just want to give the board a quick update. When you do meet on that Friday morning of the 29th, we are hoping to be ready to ask you to appoint an assistant town accountant. That process has gone very well. We have a tremendous candidate who would be available to start by mid-October, so we'd be excited to bring her on board. So you'll be seeing that at your next meeting. We have already started administrative interviews for the building department this week, and Mark mentioned during your last meeting the very unfortunate and sad news that our payroll and benefit coordinator is moving on. So Brian and I reviewed those resumes today, and we hope to start those interviews early next week. So we've been busy downstairs, so that's your recruiting update.
So Vanessa, payroll is important, right? And
Sure is.
Is there a backup plan if you don't?
There is. Both, Katie actually has been cross-training in payroll since she shares office hours with the treasurer's office. So between herself and our deputy collector, David Beery, they're both backup for payroll, and they were both doing some work on that today. So that is our backup plan for at least the first few weeks, but that's why we're gearing right into interviews next week. So hopefully we don't have very much of a lag.
And before we move on to the consent agenda, just a quick informational plug about the planning board is holding public forums about the MBTA Communities Law Thursday, September 21st at 6:30, and Wednesday, September 27th at 5:30 at the Public Safety Building. And I received in the mail a fluorescent postcard notification of these.
And a letter.
And a letter also, yeah.
So I think that I pay attention to those, so that's something to keep in mind for public informational purposes, that I think the fluorescent mailed postcard is something that actually does get attention.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Might I suggest we move the consent agenda until after other matters, since I know there are a number of people sitting in the
Well, let's see.
audience who are waiting for the main event, so to speak?
Well, first is, are there any holds on the consent agenda?
I have one small comment on A.
Okay. Are there any holds on B or C?
Nope.
I move that the select board approve consent agenda items B and C.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and did you had some edits on?
One small one on
I
9.5.
did too. I wonder if we got the same one.
Line 126, I'm not sure Sibeli is spelled correctly.
That's it?
CIBELLI?
Yep.
Spelled SC.
Okay, so any others?
Nope.
I move that we approve the September 5th, 2023 open session meeting minutes as amended.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye. Again, great job for the minute taker.
I would like to, could we take a 5-minute recess before we just get into, all right, get some more water. Okay, so we'll come back in 5 minutes? Okay, thanks. Okay, great. Are we ready? Okay. The next item on the agenda that I think a lot of people are probably here for is continued discussion of 21 Highland Street. So before I hand this over to Al, I'm just going to say a couple preliminary comments. The background to this discussion is that when we had our meeting to select board goals in July, one of the goals that we set was determine the future of 21 Highland Street, and there had been some, reasons why we had put that on the agenda. One was there had been a report from the Shopsy Planning Subcommittee, and a desire to not to have it just sit on the shelf. Issues about what's the best way to use the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and also a recommendation from the Capital Planning Committee in November of 2022 to think carefully about what we want to do with this property in relation to other capital projects. So obviously, since we had a very preliminary discussion about this 2 weeks ago and have received a lot of feedback since that time, including, I want to acknowledge the neighborhood petition. So just to be clear, anything that involved a disposition of public property would require town meeting approval. Also, I think we've received some feedback to include other groups in this discussion about the future of the property, including the Recreation Commission and other boards. Muted? You say muted? Oh, I don't think I am, but, okay. We got the thumbs up now. So Al and I also had a meeting with the facilities director, John Parent, last Thursday, the Thursday before that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Al.
All right, well, I didn't wear my good clothes so that when I get hit by the Rotten Tomatoes, it'll won't stain so bad. So I have good news and bad news. Last Sunday, I met with a group of neighbors down at the 21 Highlands site. There were about 20 folks who came there, and we had what I consider to be a very enlightening discussion. Anytime you meet with, our fellow townspeople, you always learn things. And I've certainly come away with a few conclusions, some of which I think you probably read if you read my Southborough. There was certainly a lot of discussion about the rezoning initiative on the MWRA Act, and I firmly pass the buck to the planning board because it's their responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the select board. The neighborhood is, I think, determined to be involved, which is a wonderful thing. From my own personal perspective, there are sort of two issues, looking at the site and looking at the building. And if you look at the site, two things become very clear to me. We don't want to touch the playground, and personally, I don't want to touch the sledding hill. Sledding hills are kind of one of those invisible assets that are actually quite important for a neighborhood. What else are you going to do on a snow day? And we do live in New England. Other good news, there was some concern about contamination on the site. I was able to determine with the help of John Parent that there was an oil tank buried on the site which was removed in 1992. The report suggests that there were no leakage, so at least that element of hazardous materials is, one less we have to check off, one we can check off the list. Looked at the walls, if we're going to convert, and I've been looking at this in terms of conversion to affordable housing, and one of the requirements of affordable housing is you have to meet the energy efficiency standards in order to have an economically efficient building so you don't stick residents with hideous energy bills like we have now. The current walls, for the walls, which are masonry walls, have an R value of about 2, which, if you know anything about R values, is next to nothing. The current standard is R21. The good news is that you can, on the interior, meet that standard, building essentially a new set of interior framed walls with insulation. So that is something that can be done. The other item was, there was some question about the historic designation of the building and whether that would limit our ability to do anything with the building. And my preliminary assessment after, I went on the websites like everybody else, is that a historic designation does not limit what you can do with the building in any way, shape, or form, at least from a federal perspective. That's the good news. The bad news, in addition to having to meet R value standards, you also have to meet something called ACH, which is air changes per hour, essentially trying to limit air infiltration in order to have an energy-efficient building. And there is no way we can meet those standards with the existing windows. None whatsoever. I mean, it's, I'm familiar with what you have to do to meet those standards, and it's just not possible. We still have, open questions as to whether there are other hazardous materials in the building, in particular lead paint and asbestos, which we would need to resolve at some point. There is some question, because we use the CPA monies to repair the windows, whether if we replace them, and we can replace them with windows which look very similar, whether we would have to return the CPA money to the coffers. Those are all, questions for a future day. I spoke to the folks at Habitat about, what construction costs are like these days. And their number is $315 a square foot, up to about $350 a square foot. And that's with donated labor and donated materials. So that is what I would consider in general to be a very optimistic number. That means that conversion of the building, if you sort of have a floor number on the order of $3.1 million, we have just shy of $1 million in the affordable housing buckets. So we have a pretty big mismatch between our desire or our thought that we might be able to convert the building into affordable housing and the bucket of money that we might reasonably apply to that problem. Essentially, the cost is likely to very much exceed the available funds. So the conclusion is that with respect to this building, we have a decision to make, and we've kind of been stuck for the last dozen years on are we going to have 3 schools or 4? And because we can never really get around to making that decision, all of the future capital needs of, in particular, the municipal side of government sort of have been left in limbo. And so I think we need to make that. And if we can't make that decision, then I think we have to assume 4 schools. And if we assume 4 schools, then I think we need, if we want to keep this building as part of our municipal infrastructure, and I think that's not a crazy idea, we're looking at investing north of $5 million into that building, which at that point would make it an energy-efficient, modern interior building that looked as much like the exterior as is practical. We are not going to be able to save those windows. Sorry, we cannot have energy-efficient buildings. My grandchildren live in this town, and I'm going to do my level best to leave a world where we do our best to control greenhouse gas emissions, and right now that building is a stinker. from that perspective. And even if we switch to electric heat, and this week we are going to do an energy audit of the building with New England Electric, or I'm sorry, with the electric company, to look at feasibility. You know, we still I think, owe it to future generations to have a building that meets the modern standards of energy efficiency. We could do that. It is a potential future. It could be a home for our recreation department if we're going to stay with 4 schools, or if we are simply unable to make that decision. You know, I will mention that there are also lots of parking issues. But so that's where I come out so far, is that we don't have the funds in the affordable housing buckets to really convert that building to either affordable housing, either for families or for seniors. It is, you know, unless we can find, you know, an additional bucket of money, you know, that we can partner with people but I think we would need at least another $500,000 to $1 million to really move that forward.
So before we open up the discussion further, I just want to, there's a couple other, I think, key points from the meeting we had with John that are relevant. So, you know, in preparing for the meeting, I always read the minutes of the last meeting, and if you read the minutes of the last meeting, we were going to meet with John to talk about a feasibility study, right? We ended up not really talking with John about a feasibility study much. We talked about the whole situation, and we met with John, and we also met with Tim Davis in his office at the Recreation Department. I mean, I thought the main takeaway from what John was suggesting is, before proceeding further with thinking about what you ultimately want to do with this building, to wait a year or so until the whole NERI Building School Committee shakes out, so that you know for sure what the future space needs are. And you know, you were making that point, but I just thought that was kind of the clear takeaway. So I think that's one of the things to talk about tonight is, you know, do we continue this discussion throughout the rest of the year at a really in-depth level, and then think about how to, you know, get other feedback, or, you know, wait until that piece of the puzzle falls in. The other was, you know, in kind of a roundabout way, one of the reasons why we put this as a goal for this year to talk about it was the Shopsy Planning Board, all the excellent work that was put into that report, and not wanting to have it, you know, just sit on the shelf. But also, you know, the situation we dealt with 4 Cordoville Road, where, you know, we got into a discussion about what's the best way to use the Affordable Housing Trust Fund money. And I know, Kathy, I'm very glad to hear that, you know, you've worked well with Ben Smith at CPC to start to get some of that money over. I mean, it was interesting, you know, Al was saying to John, that's an example where, you know, we want to spend the money, right? we have a lot of money sitting there. We haven't put it to good use. And to that, you know, John made the point of the bang for the buck you would get using Affordable Housing Trust Fund money on this building would not be the same as you would get if you thought about smaller properties in town that might be, you know, things that are equivalent to the 5 Cordoville Road property. And for people who did not follow that discussion, that's a small property that it's at 5 Cordoville Road, across from like the driveway of the Woodward School, where there might have been an opportunity for the town to purchase that and develop it into affordable housing. You would really only get like 1 or 2 bedrooms. That's not that opportunity is not available anymore, but, you know, we seem to just debate a bunch of opportunities and then never find, you know, we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good when it comes to that. So I thought the main takeaways from John Parent, one, he thought that the carrying costs of the building in the relatively short term, medium term, were relatively modest. Yes, if the, you know, heating system broke and you needed to put a roof, there would be a lot of money need to be put into that building, but that's more in the like 10-year horizon. So I think like the key decision point is to whether to really look into doing something this year or to wait until you know what the size of a new Near East school would be, because that, you know, we don't really have a good answer to if this building was converted to another use, where would the recreation department go, right? Once you have more information about the school building project, then you will know.
So, yeah, I think I'm more or less in agreement. You know, we've kind of struggled with this, and I don't want to put any more money than is absolutely necessary into this building. I don't want to put your money into this building until we know where it fits and whether we have a municipal need for it. And if we don't have a municipal need for it, then we have to have another discussion about what we do. But, so, I can't, we have a lot of demands for facilities, you know, love to be able to spend money on actually I wouldn't, but, you know, there are other neighborhoods with needs, you know, there are no fire hydrants in my neighborhood. There are no playgrounds in my neighborhood. We have other neighborhoods that don't have public water or don't have sidewalks. You know, we have a lot of claims on the corporate coffers, and I think it would be irresponsible to do anything other than the most minimal maintenance, keeping this building operating, and I hate that, because that means we're going to be spewing greenhouse gases for another couple of years out of that building.
So, Joe, I'd like to first just have everyone on the board comment before. But one other point that I wanted to make before we open up for further discussion is, as a reference point, I think it was 2021, where there was actually on a town meeting warrant an article to ask town meeting to approve the disposition of this building, because there had been an RFP put out, there was a response, and it was interesting because the proposal was to, the South Union Schoolhouse would be preserved, but then the rest of the site would be developed. And I think you're getting through this process, this is what, there was never, a lot of people are not aware of that, but I think the feedback we're receiving now is the type of feedback that would have been received at town meeting if that had actually gone forward in 2021. So this is, I think, a good process that we're, we have public engagement on this now. I mean, I think the best case scenario, just not necessarily, it's unclear whether it's economically feasible, is you would, and again, this depends on future municipal needs and the school situation, is you would keep the site basically exactly as it is, and the historic building would stay in its current state. And if it was converted to a different use, for example, if a nonprofit acquired it and developed it into affordable housing, so that the town didn't have to pay the maintenance costs going forward, that would seem to be a win-win-win. But the problem with that is it probably would require a big investment of a big subsidy from the town to make that attractive to someone else. So I just want to make that clear, that in the discussion about, tearing down the building, things like that, that would be the best scenarios. All those things would happen. It's just a question of whether that's actually possible or feasible. Kathy, do you want to?
So I'm going to turn to Al first and just get clarification on at least two scenarios that you've looked at as far as numbers go. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. So the $315 per square foot cost that you got from Habitat, you said excludes labor and excludes materials. So then what does it include?
No, so the Habitat model, a significant fraction of the labor was people like me, but they still use plumbers and electricians and.
Okay, so you've got to get the trades in there to do their.
Yeah, you got to get the trades in, the foundation work and the likes. So, as I said, I said that's a floor. It's gonna be north of that number. I mean, I just built a garage on my house, which was, just an addition. It was, about as simple a structure as you could build, and it cost me $200 a square foot when all was said and done, and, which is a different soapbox I won't get on. And so, we have to be realistic about what construction costs these days. If we do it ourselves, it will be significantly more per square foot, just because public sector construction is extra special expensive. And I'll get off the soapbox on that one. So
That's
that
where I was
that's a-
leading that question too, because the last time we looked at the cost of the NERI project, because of the prevailing wage rules, which is pretty close to union wages, they're not quite the same thing, but they're high. The cost, believe it or not, is $750 a square foot.
Yeah.
$750. Any way we look at this, we need to try to not use prevailing wage to do what we're going to do, and, do it in a way. Okay, so let me try to get more specific here. Okay, so let's now talk again about your numbers for trying to rehab the building, keeping it as a town asset, keeping the departments that are in there, at least rec in there. That's $5 million?
That is a very, very loose back of the
And
envelope. That's a floor.
315, that's your 315?
15 plus a bunch. Yeah. So I could easily be off by a factor of 2 there. It could be 10 million. It's not going to be any less than 5 million.
Well, I'll throw another number out. When we...
If it was $750 a square foot, it'd be $7.5 million for that building. It's roughly 10,000 square feet.
I know we got people here tonight that are interested in the historical preservation of this building and the neighborhood, et cetera. But, we know how many emails we get from people talking about their tax bill. 98% of the people in this town don't participate in these type of meetings. They go to work every day, they come home, they open their tax bill quarterly and go, ooh. Money is important here. No matter what we do, we've still got to look at the impact on taxes. With this huge project that's looming, we've got to be careful. Another one on top of that, it's truly going to affect taxes. This is not going to slide in and replace debt. It's going to be on top of what we have. All right, so now let's talk, so $5 million to do the work that we need to do to preserve the building as it is, as a town asset, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you think, roughly.
That's
a number we can use for now.
yeah, for now.
Okay. There was never any intention of moving the playground out of that area, so that was not the issue. That stays there. So now let's talk about affordable housing as far as doing that. So your thinking there is that we would then try to partner with others. I know Ms. Gillespie and CPC have talked to and have presentations by people who really know how to leverage town assets, so that in some cases, I heard, although this one's, where's Freddie? This one sounded a little bit exaggerated to me, but, $1 for every 50, town puts in one, then they get 50 back. So, maybe there's
I get those letters from Nigeria.
Well, anyway, there clearly are ways to leverage our money, right? So we put in, we've got the property, we throw that in there. We've got a little bit of money in affordable house, we throw that in there. So doing that, Al, what do you think it looks like with what we've got right now, 2 to 4 units, I assume?
So again, my experience is with Habitat. And, so we just finished building a home in Sturbridge. And it's about an 1,800 square foot home. Sturbridge provided the lot and essentially half the cost of the building. Habitat provided the balance of the cost. Habitat owns the building and will sell the building under affordable housing terms. It's a perpetual affordable home. It's gonna, and when they sell it, that's how they will recoup their piece. The house will probably sell for under $300,000, which is, we're talking, this is not Section 8 housing that we're considering. This is, I'm going to call this workers' housing or family housing, housing for perhaps a single mom with a couple of kids who's working. I believe the income limits, family income limits are on the order of $100,000. But, you know, if you have an income of $100,000, you can't buy a house in Southborough or almost anywhere in the greater Boston area right now, or a condo. So that's, we're trying to fill a gap in the marketplace that's been caused by a variety of factors. So yeah, I think, and we're getting into what I think we want to talk about with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I think we have to seriously evaluate. There are a number of lots that are available in the town, and it might make sense to do something similar to what was done
Okay, so
in
hold that thought,
Sturbridge.
because we're wandering a little bit. Okay,
Yeah.
staying on this one, have you done the math, though, on this one? If Habitat were to do a similar project as they did in Sturbridge, have you done the math as to what the
I
town's
haven't,
contribution-
because it's not really appropriate for me to represent. I'm giving examples, but if the board wants to invite Habitat to come and evaluate that, I think, you know, if we vote to do that, I will definitely pave the way to make that happen and ask them. But I can tell you that, you know, the typical thing that I've heard, not because I talk to these guys about it, you know, just because I'm interested in this sort of stuff, is that the municipalities put up about half the funds to build to do the work. So in this case, we'd probably be talking about, you know, the building and $1.5 million, something like that. If that's the model that prevails, and then we have to, you know, fit it into their schedule.
Okay, I'm not sure what Joe's about to say, but I am also in the camp that the fate of Finn is pretty important in this process.
Right.
And I don't think it's a year, I'm sorry to say, I think it's closer to 2 years before it comes to town meeting. Of course, you can call it a special town meeting, doesn't have to wait till March. It's definitely not coming this coming March. We haven't even hired, the committee hasn't hired the designer yet. So lots of steps, we're dealing with the state on this, so you go pretty slow in this. So I think we're talking probably closer to 2 years to have that decision in front of town meeting as far as the three choices. 2 of them close Finn, 1 of them doesn't. And, you know, you got to use Finn for something if you're going to close it, right?
Right.
And, you know, Youth and Family Services, we haven't talked about much. We've got a place for them that they like, that was viable. So we're really talking about rec, I think, as far as making sure they have an appropriate home if we decide to go the affordable housing route, keep the building, et cetera. So I'm just trying to throw this out there. And then I want to remind everyone that when this was discussed last time, when we got the RFP,
When you say last time, you mean 2021? not
2021. Different
September.
select board, put it out to bid. We got 1 bid.
Yes.
And it was a bid by a group that was new to the process. The, you know, the builders that are around here that are experienced, no one bid at all because they were scared of the cost of this building. So we got 1 bid. It got withdrawn, so it didn't go forward to town meeting. But it would have if they stayed with it. So, you know, the idea that someone's going to come in and just buy this and, you know, make it great, I think is probably naive as far as, I mean, it's just, you know, there's so much uncertainty in this building. I understand the carrying costs right now are low. It's what could happen is what worries me. You know, if something goes wrong, you usually know when a roof needs replacing, you can see that. But, you know, the HVAC system goes. So I think I am getting to the point that I still think that Finn decision is kind of crucial to make a decision, but I hate to wait 2 years, but we got to do something with Finn. If we're going to close it, what are you going to do with it if you don't put, you know, rec in there?
I was at Finn this afternoon with my grandson, and, you know, I said, gosh, this would make a wonderful public facility if it's available. But I think the challenge we have is we've been stuck asking this question for a dozen years. Anybody who's been kind of in this mix, and, you know, if at some point you have to move on, and I don't, you know, so I think we have to, frankly, I think we got to turn up the heat on making that decision, because it needs to be made.
In another fact I think that's relevant, when we took a look at closing Woodward, which was our choice originally, we know we can't do that now. The MSBA is not going to let us do that. When we looked at that, that was the obvious school to close. Finn was going to stay open. Woodward was going to be the closed school, and so we did a facility study to see what it would cost to renovate that to be a town useful property, senior center, et cetera. And just so you know, that was not a small number, that was $10 million to renovate that. So we're still talking about a substantial amount of money to be spent at Finn to make it into something other than a school. Whether it's more or less than the $5 million, I don't know. Maybe Finn's more conducive to doing it than Woodward was, I don't know. I know that the Community Center Committee seems to be making some progress as far as getting some more buy-in from the groups that might use that community center building at Finn. So, I mean, there's so many concentric circles. Planning Board's got to do its thing with MBTA Communities Act. We've got to figure out whether they're going to include, South Union in what gets proposed for the new district there. So there's so many, concentric circles that,
Right.
it's hard to solve for so many variables at one time. So I think I'm just of the mind that until we know what happens to Finn, I don't know how we go much further.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, you've got a system of simultaneous equations,
We do.
and Finn is the first recursive block for those math nerds. And you can't solve the rest of the system until you solve that first equation. And so, either than that, or we simply have to assume we're going on with 4. I've given my report. I think I probably used way too much time.
Sam, you've been very patient, quiet.
I'm interested in getting to a little public comment here, but I do want to say that where I recall we came out of the last discussion was to look for a feasibility study that was broader in scope than we had done previously. And I continue to hear a lot of different views of the data relative to this. I'd be still interested in getting a group that has the technical expertise, not only in terms of engineering, but housing and other uses, to take a look at what might be possible with the site, given some of these scenarios we're talking about. I also agree that the school decision is a critical one. I'm not eager to spend any money until we know more about that. But I think we could move simultaneously in terms of gathering additional information about this. So I'm interested in that, but that's all I have to say for right now.
Okay. So Joe, you've been waiting very patiently.
Everybody's still here. Everybody's doing the same. I think what I'd like to do is provide perspective, because I think the select board keeps chasing its tail. And a year ago, Joe Palmer.
And you were, and just as for background, everyone, you were on the committee, the Shop C Capital Planning Committee.
I was on it for about a year, right?
Okay.
And the reality was, the property had water, property had septic. That's enough to have housing. We didn't have to spend a year studying that it could have housing, okay? The report was nice. Tom and the committee did a great job of laying out everything that you could do. Talk to developers. We put together state grant programs, all the rest of that. But, so to come now, we're full circle. We chased the tail for a year. What I want to provide is perspective and something that Lisa Braccio said to me when I was sitting in that chair to be on Capitol. She looked at me and said, "Oh, your experience is sort of all over the place." And I said, "Yeah, and I've started some businesses, failed in some businesses. I've done some other things," but she said, "I like the fact that you have an entrepreneurial background and we need some people to bring some fresh perspective." And the reality is that what we're not doing with this property is everybody keeps looking at the cost. What we need to do is find the way to solve the revenue problem, right? There are lots of ideas out there about what we could do with the property to have revenue to make it pay for itself. This is an asset, not a liability, and it needs to be treated like an asset. When you have a business asset, you can sell it off because it costs too much, or you can turn it around and find a way to make money with it. It's a big enough piece of property that you can have a playground and sled on it and have something like a pool, or have something like a field house, have courts, have different things that you can rent and make money off to turn that property into a revenue generator instead of a revenue loser. And we need to start thinking about it as an asset. Newton sold off its school properties to elderly and affordable housing and other types of housing years ago. What it did was it compromised the town. There's only a limited amount of space in this town. We're hills, swamps, dominated by state assets. And we only have so much open property for our public use without having to buy more. To do anything with any part of this property is consequential when things like affordable housing can be solved with
many other pieces of property. And even if we just board up that building and wait 5 years, so we're not actually spending money on the building, we're still better off doing that than letting it go. It's not about, spending money on the building. It's about keeping an asset, making it make money for it, pay for itself, and understanding that that also is going to impact everything around that building, whether it's an arts center, whether you make it a daycare center and let somebody rent it out, whether you rent it to a private school, whether you build a facility on there that rents money and generates an asset to the community around it and for the community at large. I think that's where we need to turn the conversation. And I'm happy to hear all of you say, well, it's really a year off because of schools and other conversations, because I agree with you. I do, and I think that you're on the right track with that, and I totally applaud that decision. But let's take this year and the year after that and try and find that idea that we can make this thing work, as opposed to looking at it as a one-trick pony where it's sort of housing or nothing, and it's a big cost eyesore that we're going to have to fix. Because that's not the way that we're going to get to where we need to be, which is to make it that community asset and a property that everybody wants to go to, which is what we should be doing with that property. And I appreciate your time and your patience.
Can I ask you some
I
follow-up?
know how much work all of you put in.
Can I ask you some
know
follow-up
this.
questions? All right, just to get your view. So if our decision is to just table this whole discussion and potentially for up to 2 years to hear back of what the school situation is, or at least you would spend money to have a feasibility study that would give you expertise in, this is a ballpark of how much it would cost to convert it to affordable housing. This is a ballpark of how much, I mean, I know you had mentioned at the last meeting
Well,
about the
why don't you
pool.
wait? You don't have to spend money on a feasibility study, right? What needs to happen is fleshing out of ideas amongst all of us, community members and all of us, to figure out what are the things that people would want most. And then we can narrow that down to 2 or 3 good solutions of what people want first, and then we can investigate those. And we can do the same thing we did with the Affordable Committee, right? I mean, you come out with a sort of studied report where they talk to developers and other people from other direct departments that have the same assets or similar assets, or other facilities that have similar assets in other places, and we can come up with ballpark figures and see if those numbers can match at all with what the community wants, what the neighborhood wants, what people want. What we need is for the select board to provide a vehicle by which all these groups are going to interact. This is the same way that you have problems communicating with the town at large at the moment, because you don't have good conduits for it. And people communicate differently between text, email, watching TV, reading my Southborough, Facebook pages, right? Everybody's separated out. What we need is, as you need, is vehicles to effectively communicate with the neighborhoods, with people in general, and a vehicle, in this case, some sort of committee or other type of, which was in that letter, some other committee type thing, where we're taking the representatives and at least putting in place 4 conversations so that they can come together and make a consensus and then move forward on a couple of initiatives with people that want to see that happen, which is how these things get moving, right? And they will make plans and try and bring out the numbers necessary, or at least the primary vehicle plan with some numbers that we can all look at and say, okay, maybe that's something, and then investing in that, maybe 2 or 3 plans and saying, look, we'll put a little seed money in there, see if this can work, see if the numbers work, see if there's money in different buckets around town, and if there's grant monies in other places that we can put it together. Because if we don't start now, it's like with affordable housing. I was told that it's by the man, one of the people at the department, that it takes basically about 2 years to get your money, your grant money, right? The first year you almost summarily turn down because they already have people in line. But if you submit for the first year, then they know you're coming. So that the next year, the second year, you have the best likely chance of getting the money, right? With almost all these grant programs, it's about getting in line, including with the MSBA, right? They want to see you, and you may get turned down the first year, but then the next year you're in line. Same thing with all these programs. If we don't start now, then in a year from now, we're still flat-footed, we're still in the same debate, you're still worried about the cost eyesore, and everybody in the neighborhood is still worried about what's going to happen with this property. Because if we turn it into any kind of housing, and you leave the playground right next to it, how many of the residents of the housing are complaining about the kids screaming in the middle of the day? How many people are going to complain about, getting hit by a sled or any other sort of thing that when you have a multi-use property, somebody always complains. It's like putting a pickleball court next to somebody's house. The biggest complaint about pickleball courts is somebody's always complaining about the noise, and the house could be, 2 blocks down, but they're still complaining about the noise of the bang, 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 right? So I would like to see us start now to put together the plan with all entities involved, rec, who knows where rec is going? I appreciate all you're saying. I've been here for the space needs study. I've been here for the affordable housing thing. I've been on capital these years. I know the problems that you're facing. And I know that there's a lot of financial stuff and working wheels that are going like this. I've been doing it all since the last meeting 2 weeks ago. The wheel's been going like this in my head. I understand. But give the property a chance to stand on its own. Give the people a chance to make the property stand on its own. I think that's the best thing for the community, best thing for the neighborhood, best thing for all of you sitting in the chairs. Let other people do the work and try and solve the problem for you. That's the easiest thing to do. The hardest part is what you've done, is taking it upon yourself that you're going to internally generate this idea that's going to sort of make all these facilities work when we all know that they're all balls in the air at the moment.
So, and just one last kind of challenge question, is the only, other than having a pool, what other revenue generating?
You could have a field house with courts, climbing wall, any sort of indoor field facility, even if it's only half a field, because every single team in town has to go outside when it's either muddy or the schools are closed, or early season, late season. You could have basketball courts because you can't use the courts inside the schools when the schools are closed, and all the club teams pay other schools to use the courts, right? So there are lots of other athletic opportunities that you could be filling, as well as not just a pool. You could have instead of having a summer pool club, you could have a year-round pool. I mean, I was talking to Marguerite about this, and she said, well, wait a minute, that means you could have like elderly aerobics. You could have swim classes that people pay to go to other towns for. The high school coach manages the pool at the Westboro Club, right? So we have people we could talk to about what the market is for these sorts of ideas and what might be the most viable one to go with in any certain segment that we go with. And in terms of that school, we need to look at what would be most appropriate to rent out that space for if we don't want it ourselves, because it could be somewhat valuable community space to many different organizations. We could do business incubation. We could do arts center. We could do all sorts of different types of smaller generated businesses that want limited space in a community setting. We're talking about MBTA, right? MBTA is this maximum density, city density property issue that they're bringing to the suburbs because they haven't handled it themselves in Boston, and the train stations want revenue. Because without the revenue, they can't survive. So why are they pushing that out to us? Well, those are the reasons they're pushing it out. It's a developer's boom to take suburban space out here in the suburbs, make it city density, and say you can build whatever you want. And you can say that we don't have the infrastructure for it, right? But if you look at it, you give an engineer a problem and say, hey, there's $100 million involved, and what are they going to do? They're going to try their best to come up with a really good solution. And if you say you couldn't put 15 units per acre over on that property over there in South Union, I bet you if you give me 6 months and $100,000 with an engineer, he'll figure it out. Right. Because you can build slabs over the entire property, make the whole property one big septic, and build up. And if you take the Hopkinton Water Project coming through, if it does, which they've stalled on, I know, I've been told, but that's already been approved, and you have that kind of water running through there, you think they won't have access to it?
We got to give someone else
I'm perfectly willing
I got a couple more questions for him. This is.
Okay.
They're all nodding. So stay there for a minute.
I want to hide. Okay, go ahead, please. Kathy, I know you're going to ask a good question.
You don't know what I'm going to ask. Okay, so Joe, Hopkinton is not stalled, but we won't get off on that. Okay, are you saying we should go ahead and make plans to turn this building into some type of revenue generator? And there are many models of a private company coming in and doing that, working with the town. So there are models. Wellesley's one. So I know of several that have done that, okay? Go ahead and do that, even though we don't know what we're going to turn Finn into, and it may be duplicative, that, we do all this, and then Finn closes, and we go, well, now what we're going to do with Finn? So you're okay. You think we can have enough different uses of both buildings to go ahead now and figure out what we could take that building and turn it into other than affordable housing?
I would turn that around to you and say, are you comfortable with not having a plan when we come 2 years from now and all the same people are sitting in the same spots wondering what we're going to do. Because I know that all these people would rather have a plan in place, and you say, wait a minute, rec is going to need the building, so we're going to rehab it for rec. Is anybody here unsatisfied with that?
I'm not sure they're really contemplating everything you're saying as far as the traffic you're going to generate, the parking, whatever, but we're getting into details. We're a long way from doing that piece of it. And yes, the money scares me to death as far as this building. I mean, it really does.
I would say the $100 million comment that you made at the last meeting about the school, God forbid, with your exact words, that scares me in capital. And I would say, if you told me I had to spend $100 million on a new school, or I could spend $10 to $15 million rehabbing Neary, and we can keep it the way we are, I'm going to vote for the 10 to 15 million to rehab Neary and keep it the way it is, because I know what a $100 million tax burden will do upon the taxes. So
10 to 15 is not going to rehab Neary as it is, but that's...
the original figure that we were told in capital was 5 to 10, and I just upped it by 5 million because of the same reason why you're upping the school thing to 100. I don't think that coming into the 2 years from now without a plan is a good plan. I think that coming into 2 years from now with any plan or a decent plan that the community likes and saying, wait a minute, we can't do it because, is a much better plan for the community and for all the people that I've talked to since this began. And when I was halfway through the 21 Highland, I talked to 3 different people I know that live down there at 21, near the 21 Highland, and all 3 of them said to me, you're doing what? Why? No, I don't want that. And it had nothing to do with having affordable housing. It had to do with that property turning over in any way, and they felt that it was a good asset to the community the way it was. And from that, I went through the rest of the process. But the reality is that, we can talk from an aggregate level, and you guys are up doing the aggregate level down. But when I went from bottom up, I didn't find support for what I was doing. And to me, that's a problem in town and communication. Because if
Did the neighbors come to your subcommittee meetings at all?
No, because they didn't even know they were going on. And that's the thing, is that we have serious communication problems. I mean, I didn't even know Faya lived right across the school. I did book fairs with her over at Neary, but I didn't know she lived at the foot of that property until a couple of weeks ago when I rode my bike by, and I went, oh my God, Faya.
All right.
I said, you live here?
I think we really got to,
And I know I've known Faya, and I didn't know where she lived because it just never occurred to me. We just run into each other because it's a small town. But she didn't know I was on 21 Highland Committee.
Joe, there's a couple other people that have their hands raised.
Yeah, no,
Okay, so I'd first like to, if there's people here present who want to talk, and then, yes. So just introduce yourself, please, and.
Hi, I'm Faya Creed. I'm Joe's friend who lives at 32 Highland Street. And I really appreciate all this. This has been really fun and interesting. And I see how complicated this is. And I just wanted to say, so I'm the person that sort of got emails from Facebook and tried to organize a little bit, just so people in our neighborhood know what's going on. This process doesn't truly makes no sense to me. And that's okay. But I really want to be involved in some way. And I know people from the neighborhood do too. And I know that Joe mentioned and the petition mentioned wanting to be part of a committee and wanting to be the people that help make the plan for the property. I think we're all realistic. A lot of us, we all have different opinions. A lot of us want it to just sort of stay as it is, as a property that we can use, but we're also people that understand change needs to happen. So if there's a way to have a committee that can start making a plan for what happens with Finn or what happens with Neary, so we can be the ones that are here's what we've come up with. My guess is that I can pull a lot of people from our neighborhood that would want to be really involved and people from the other towns. So I'd love to offer to just be that person. My day job is a content strategist. So I'm I'm okay at communication, and I'm happy to help facilitate this and provide the thought process on our side of the town for this. That's all I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello?
Hi, Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road. I'll speak as private citizen because I'm the chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission, and we have discussed this but not taken a position, so I'm not speaking for them tonight. But I will say that we have talked about, in the past, the committee that was formed, and what we advocated for day one. So if you're going to talk about the disposition of a building, you need to have all the stakeholders involved. and you had a committee that was set up with just the housing people and capital planning, and the Open Space Commission, the neighbors, the recreation, and historical, all are vested in what happens to this property. And I'll say from the Open Space Preservation Commission's point of view, we've talked about this being a historic landscape. It's being open space, not just the park, but the front of it is not just the playground, but the front of it has a park. And I was, happy to hear that the neighbors use it for sledding, because I'd never seen the sledding, but I know that other activities on the landscape happen. So I'm encouraged to hear you saying now that you'd like to have a well-rounded group of stakeholders, maybe have some input into discussions for the future. So certainly the Open Space Commission wants to be involved, because we've talked about that. And I know that other committees have talked about wanting to be involved during other CPC meetings. And I know that, I was involved in many of the projects there. So there's a lot of interest in what happens to this property.
Okay, thank you. And so if I might like to actually, sure, come up.
One
So
more.
then there's two people who have their hands raised, and I don't want to forget about them, but go.
Okay, I'm Kathleen Dupuy. I live at 52 Atwood, and I'm also right across the street like Faya. I've been here 9 years, and I raised both my boys from infancy. And we use the sledding hill, and we've used the playground, and we're emotionally attached to the building as well. So I agree with Joe in that it would be great to have a bit better communication in which we could facilitate in the planning. Just as Joe was speaking, I thought of 8 to 10 additional revenue generating ideas. It doesn't mean that they make sense. It doesn't mean I've vetted through all of the ins and outs, but we'd love to be part of the process and planning. And I think, in speaking with Al on Sunday, one of the things that concerned me was the idea that we move forward with a micro resolution while we ignore some of the macro, like the schools, like the MBTA, not the MBTA, excuse me, the zoning that we talked about, those zoning problems that don't go away if we put one affordable housing building in one place, but we have so many other requirements to meet, and we haven't thought through the big plan. So I think there are a couple of things that I'm concerned about, and I, like Faya, would volunteer to be part of a committee to have some say in the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, Kristen Lavalde has been there, or, yeah, okay, John Carey, I guess he raised his hand first. Hello, Mr. Carey?
Yes, that was a mistake on my part.
Oh, could you please state your address, please?
I'm at 13 Stockwell.
Does not comment.
Oh, sorry, there was a
Mistake.
All right.
But I'm quite concerned about this. I have 2 young grandchildren who live here with the rest of the family. And so I've found this to be very interesting discussion, and I hope that something beneficial can come out of all of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Kristen Lavalde?
Hi, I'll keep this quick. So I agree with all that's been said by Sam and Joe and Faya and Freddie. Fun fact, I met Faya sledding, and I have some beautiful pictures from that day that maybe I'll post. But just very quickly, following up all of these conversations, maybe I'll sum it up to 2 requests I'd like to kind of see if you would be willing to entertain. I agree with Sam and Joe, like we can't wait, right? We need to start something. And last week you talked about an RFP for a feasibility study. I did ask if we could expand it to include others, and the thought was no, you'll draft it, and then when it's time to be made public, we can comment. I think based on everything that Joe said and others, it would be in our best interest to form, and I know you don't want to do another committee, but doing the committee again, but with the right representation. So as Freddie noted, it should be everybody. You know, there's everybody has a stake in this. CPC, historical, rec, youth and family, affordable housing. You know, we need to treat this seriously. And then actually thinking about that day back meeting Faya and the pictures I took, half of it was like with the beautiful overlook of the church. And let's not forget, the church uses that parking. So we should probably see if they want to be involved in the discussion as well. I think you get this group together to come up with what that RFP should look like. And it might be a little bit of if this, then that. You know, to the extent we can plan for variability, like you would with any, quite frankly, business, you know, you want to have a plan and not start these discussions 2 years from now, because that'll just like bring down, you know, that'll just further clutter that. We have time right now to do the analysis, to get the feedback. So let's start, let's not stop. When we think we have a good idea, let's go forward for the RFP that's been jointly drafted. That's my first request. Second request is, can we refrain from talking about money without actual figures? Because I think there's a lot of personal opinion that gets put into these statements of money pit scares me, $5 million. But to do what? Is that it's back of the envelope. Like, why don't we just get, and the RFP is part of that, right? But we also have some actual figures. And I'd appreciate in the future, if we're going to be throwing numbers out like that are going to concern people, that there's some factual, and then maybe there is in the packet. I will fully admit I didn't have time to look at it, but why don't we start putting some of that into the packet so people can draw their own conclusions? Because when you do put it out there and they take it like fact, but that might not all be fact. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Who else? Oh,
Dustin Heilman.
Professor Hellman. Hello, Dustin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So I just wanted to issue a brief comment. I'm currently the president of Southborough Open Land Foundation, but I just want to speak as a private citizen. We put a letter into the
Can you
packet.
introduce yourself, Dustin, for the video?
Oh, sure. Sorry. Destin Heilman, 7 Harris Drive.
Thank you.
So I live proximal to this property. My wife and I have raised our son in Southborough since he was born. We've been in the town for about 16 years. We used the property heavily. He's used art programs there. He's done sledding. We've used the playground extensively. And so we're really invested in the property, in the area. It really is a boon to the area. And I think everybody who lives around there knows that. There are an incredible amount of children in this neighborhood. The bus stops are packed. I mean, we have 13 kids at the bus stop easy. It's a very child-dense area. And that property has gotten a lot of use. I think I agree with a lot of what's been said by the folks at the podium there, in that this property has a lot more potential I think we need to explore. I really don't see how a tiny impact with 2 or 4 units of affordable housing there is going to make any kind of a dent. It's a teardrop in the ocean of the mandate we have for affordable housing in the town. I think it's a waste of that property's value for the community, and I think there are a lot of important revenue-generating things that the town can use that as a definitive asset. So I would strongly encourage the select board members to allow this to go forward. These community members are interested, have a lot of great ideas, and I'd love to see us be able to contribute to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we've reached a point where there's been healthy public comment. So in terms of what we do next, Sam, I have some potential paths forward, but just reading your facial expression, I think that you have an idea.
I continue to like exploring a broader range of opportunities than we've had. I think active community input is a critical thing. And I think what I would look for out of some sort of a feasibility study is a better look at numbers at what works, for example, with some expert participation in that process. I've been involved in some of these exploratory things in the past where you have a large group of people doing blue sky, what we'd like to have, and you get great ideas, but awfully unrealistic for the most part. And so if you can take that input and give guidance to it as that develops with somebody who's maybe, again, engineer, architect, developer kind of skills, knowing what kinds of things might work in the world of economics here, to guide that process, I think that could potentially generate some interesting ideas, but sort of parallel track, I guess.
Because I thought, following up from the last discussion, our meeting to meet with John Parent was really supposed to be about get guidance about a feasibility study, and we didn't do that. Instead, we're having a much bigger discussion, but anyway, so Al, you want to?
Well, as I think I said in my report, I'm skeptical that the building actually works for affordable housing, given given the available bucket of money and what at least in the most optimistic case would be required to convert it. I think if we want to form a committee to blue sky this and to find alternative ideas, I think that's a perfectly fine thing to do. It's a tall order, and I think you will find it to be a frustrating activity. But if a group of people want to take on a frustrating activity, I've got a long list of frustrating activities on my list. So, if somebody wants, what I would say is, if we're going to form a committee, we need the committee to come back with consensus in a one-year time frame. Because, we've been stuck in this place, and I want to tell you, we've been stuck in this place with this building for well over a decade. We did try, in effect, almost giving the building to the Southborough Art Center, and they were there for a few years and then found they couldn't afford the heating bill and didn't want to enter into a long-term lease. So there's a long history of people trying to do things with this building and not succeeding. And so, if you want to try and turn this into a revenue-generating proposition, and I will tell you that I did have one person walk up to me who said, could we lease it as a school? And the answer is our ears are wide open. And, it's, I think, a very preliminary sort of discussion. If you want to look at that, I think the challenge that you will have is that you're going to have to find money to do whatever you want to do. That building, if it's going to have a future, needs to be brought up to modern standards. It is a crime against the environment to continue it on in its current state. And, so you're going to have to find the funds, and I think we have talked about the physical challenges this community has in terms of renovating schools. As I've said to other people, we're responsible for 5 school buildings right now. Every school building needs a minor update, which takes millions of dollars every 25 years, and a major update every 50 years. And that means that we are constantly in the process of funding a major construction project in our schools. And we are now facing the biggest, whether we just update NERI or whether we expand NERI, it will be the most expensive thing we have done in town. It will make the public safety building look like a bargain.
So here's what, go ahead.
So how many are here tonight from the neighborhood? This group over here? So, rarely do we have this kind of turnout for, so they want to form a committee, they really want to have a shot at this, so I say we give it to them. Jason Malinowski just texted me, he thinks that the fin decision will be March of 2025 at town meeting, so I was close when I said 2 years, not quite 2 years. So they've got time, sounds like they're willing to do it, put in the effort to, we can form the committee, we can give you the charge.
But I think we also have to provide some technical support.
Oh, I agree,
for that
I agree, so
process.
hear
I've
me
got a
out.
little bit of a different suggestion, but.
Okay.
Okay, so my suggestion is, they really seem to want to have a shot at trying to figure out what this building should be used for going forward. So I say, we do something tonight to get that process in place, whatever it is. They will need help. And I still don't think that obviates the feasibility study. I still would like to have a feasibility
work
study where
together, yeah.
someone, really comes in and says, this is what A would look like, this is what B, C, D.
But I think feasibility study could actually guide that committee process, frankly.
And let me just say this to all those that listen to Mr. Palmer's eloquent statements up here. What Joe's proposing, the pool and all this stuff, would cost a lot of money. And you would, to generate revenue to cover the cost of that, would take a whole lot of creativity to do. I'm not saying it's impossible, but what he's proposed is a very, very expensive project. So I'm all for the committee, so let's go ahead, Andrew.
So instead of a committee, what are your thoughts on, because first off, one of the reasons we're talking about this, because one of the select board goals for this fiscal year was make a decision about this. Another one of our goals was to reduce the number of committees we have. And
Making great progress tonight, good.
And
Good work.
this is an example
But
of
this is
another,
ad
a
hoc.
committee
This is ad
generated a
hoc.
report and then formed another committee, so. But another thing you could do is have a series of public forums, which they're not necessarily, you have formal appointments and subject to all of the laws about that, but just have a series of public forums where, you gather these ideas about different potential uses of that, and then that could inform the contents of an RFP, because the RFP is going to look at what would it cost to convert to upgrade the building for housing purposes, for other recreation purposes.
Right.
And then, what do you think of that?
I guess my experience with that is that public forums are good for generating sort of a wide range of input, but it seems to me that it's useful to have a structure that is aimed toward a specific result, recommendation, timeline, et cetera. And I think you get that from a well-functioning committee, as we've seen from other committees in town occasionally. And so, again, I'm looking for something specific out of this, and I think the committee would be more likely to produce that, I guess.
Okay.
But that could include public forums, certainly. I would expect that it would, as a matter of fact.
All right. And then would the goal of this committee would be to?
Make a recommendation relative to an RFP, for example, is one possibility.
Yeah.
Or, sort of the extremes of the committee could come back and say, we don't think anything works, so sell the building. Unlikely, but that's sort of one extreme. Another end of it would be, here are 3 good ideas for how it could work in terms of revenue generation, self-perpetuating structure there that meets the needs of the neighborhood. And I'm hoping it would do that. And then based on that, we could look and see, okay, we need to do an RFP for, option 1, option 2 for somebody to come in and provide funding or operate whatever the recommendation
And
is.
would you have it like a relatively short charge?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to over-manage it, I guess. Just say, tell us what you think is going to work within some broad parameter.
But are we going to exclude anything as far as choices? Are we, when you say blue sky, are we going to say, okay, look at affordable housing, look at turning it into some money producing building? Are we going to say, look at keeping the town departments there? That's a big lump.
Yeah, but that's one of the reasons why you, I think, provide some technical support for people saying, let's keep an eye on what works economically and practically here. At least have that input, and obviously we can watch and participate as it goes along. If we think it's getting off track, we can try to steer it, maybe.
Right.
But, it is fairly open-ended. I guess the other side of it, I'd actually like to think about it a little bit and not vote on the committee
Okay.
charge
All right.
tonight as much as think about it and come back with some ideas at our next
But it
meeting.
sounds like there is a consensus among the 3 of you that we should form another committee.
Yeah, sadly, yes.
Well,
All right.
is that true, Al?
Well, as I've said, I'm skeptical that the building works as affordable housing, given the funds available. So our choices are to, wait until we make the decision on Finn and just sort of muddle on as we have for the last 15 years, or, develop the alternatives. I don't have a problem with people, right now, I don't think there's, if your choice is, we're going to continue to muddle regardless. So having people come and try to come up with an idea that saves the building, that's okay with me. It's.
Directional muddling.
Yeah.
That's good.
I think this could work if, it's a committee that, like a lot of our committees are, one representative of this committee, and it's kind of the same people over and over. You would have the people who have come out and expressed interest through this process, maybe someone would step forward and be on the committee. And then there would be a pretty short charge, and it would be more kind of almost like a brainstorming, committee. And then, having a relatively short term rather than, a year.
2 year, yeah.
No, yeah.
Well, do a year, then you can always extend it if you need to.
Okay, Kristen Lavalde had her hand up online, and then I'll go to you, and that should probably be the last comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So the one thing I'll say, I know your goal of getting rid of more is committees. And believe me, as a committee or commission member, I'm all for that too, because let's be real, when we're in a meeting and we hear that the board's formed another committee and one of us has to be on it, we're all kind of typically picking the short straw. Like, this is one where you have all of these committees coming and saying they want to be on a committee. This is where the public saying, let me finish, this is where the public's saying they want to be on this committee. So this committee is clearly worthwhile. And the concerns you have out of Blue Sky, I think it's an educated group of people that are stepping forward or that would step forward that aren't going to Blue Sky something absolutely insane. Obviously, the help that you're offering in terms of professionals clearly would help the process. But I would hate to not form a committee just because you don't want to form a committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And
Mr. Dennison, I wanted to make you feel better. I've been on 4 committees since I've been doing this in town, and 2 of them no longer exist, so they do go away. And I also wanted to say that I really appreciated the idea of putting a timeline on this committee. I think, when we're talking pie in the sky and developing ideas, that's really should be a 3 to 6 month process capped. The last half of that year should be about putting together actual business plans and fleshing them out so that when you come back in a year, there's you either have a good business proposal or you don't, because it also would leave time another year because if we chased our tail and didn't make it, we're in the same position that sort of the select board's in right now. And that leaves another year to sort of, with crisis mode, to decide if you're even going to keep the building in inventory or you just want to turn it over and smack it down.
Okay.
Because that's about where you're going to be.
Yep, thank you.
So is the next step for someone to come at the next meeting and have a draft charge?
Sounds reasonable.
Maybe a couple of us.
Okay.
I'll work,
I've done this before.
I'll work on it with Al.
You'll work on it with Al?
Yeah.
Anyone else volunteers?
Yeah.
I would be happy to help, but I'm happy to defer to Kathy and Al.
Okay. So the first people to raise their hands were Kathy and Al. I was going to raise my hand too, but I'm perfectly happy to.
I don't have, I'm not dug in for this, so I'm happy to do it with Al. If you want to do it, you do it. Al should do it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. My dance card's pretty full because I'm going to continue trying to find a way to spend our affordable housing money. Words you will not hear me say very often.
So, who is it?
I'll
I'll do
draft
it with
it.
Al.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, because we've had the meeting with John, right?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
It's
have
fine.
that as a reference point.
Yeah, at this point,
Okay.
I think we should probably cancel the energy audit.
I thought it was free, so we could.
It is free.
Nothing is free. It takes my time and it takes John's time.
That's true.
and-
Let's do 2 of them.
Yeah.
And so you'll get the charge for the 10th.
We'll get the charge for the 10th.
Yeah.
All right, make sure that's on the draft agenda for the 10th.
Okay.
Okay, sadly, we have decided to form another committee. But It'll be a different type of committee.
We hope.
All right.
So get ready, ladies.
Yeah. I don't think we need to
Let's wait
vote.
for the
We're just
charge,
look
yeah.
at the charge.
Let's wait, yeah.
All right, so then, I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of people. Is everyone here to stay for the discussion of proposed tree policy amendments? Okay. Because I just need to know whether we should take a short break so people who aren't interested in the rest of the agenda will leave, and then, so that we can actually listen to the discussion for the next item. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Couple of minutes.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is discussion of proposed tree policy amendments. And to be clear, we're not going to be voting on this tonight. I think that this is something that is probably subject to the Chapter 43 rules and regulations that we had enacted, which requires you to post it in advance of, here, I think we made these available like 6 days instead of 7 days. So I think tonight we can begin the discussion so people can understand where this came from, and then we'll post and then have a more formal kind of final discussion about this at the next meeting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sam.
Thank you. After Mr. Hamilton has warmed up the room with the easy topic, we'll take the trees. I apologize to the 5 of us who are here, 6 counting me, who actually heard some of this at the planning board meeting last night. I had the opportunity to talk with the planning board. Ms. Braccio actually departed before I did my pitch there. But I appreciated the chance to discuss things and got some good suggestions that I'm going to actually talk a little bit about here. As I mentioned at our last select board meeting, I watched the planning board meeting on August 28th where the topic was raised about native species trees in various parts of bylaws and so forth. And reference was made to the fact that the select board tree policy required the use of native species when we were planting trees. And that prompted me to take a closer look at the bylaws and our select board policy. And I discovered that our select board policy that we approved in May does indeed require the use of native species trees. However, when I looked at the town code and I did a word search on native species, it turns out that it shows up several times, not a huge number of times, but what it shows up as is recommendations or goals or encouragement are the words in there. And I know Ms. Luttrell disagrees with that, but that is literally the word in the bylaw, and my experience is that the words are things that courts, for example, and attorneys take very literally. And so my read of that is that the bylaw actually does not require use of native species, and our tree policy does, and I found that to be inconsistent. And so my goal was to try to make those consistent. And so what I'm trying to do is to, again, modify our bylaw, our policy, select board policy, to be consistent with that, because we can't change town code without going back to town meeting. We can't do that. Planning boards, an individual citizen can't do that without going to town meeting, which I think is a great check and balance. But we do control, as a select board, our tree policy. And so it seems to me that it's useful to make that those two consistent. And if any of us wants to go back and revisit the town bylaws, anybody has the option to do that, to create a warrant article for town meeting to make that change. And so I, again, started with the draft of the policy that I circulated through the packet here and the planning board discussed last night. And so, again, we had a very lively discussion, very direct discussion, and got some good suggestions there. And so what I'd like to do is make several points relative to that conversation and what I'm proposing. There were comments made that this red line version basically removes the requirement that native species trees be planted as replacement trees. And my view is that it removes it from the select board policy, but it leaves the town bylaw, town code unchanged. And so whatever was in there before stays that way. And my read continues to be that does not require it. And I know Ms. Luttrell and others believe that does, but that to me is something for the legal world to decide. So I also, though, came up with some additions to what the red line document says that I think are helpful. In addition to a number of wordsmithing changes, I thought that it actually wasn't very clearly written to start with, and shame on the select board for not doing a better job on that one, but we have a chance to fix that, I think. And for example, just run through these very quickly, not a long list, but Ms. Luttrell commented that we need a definition of public shade trees in the start of it, and I think that's fine, and actually that's defined in Massachusetts general law, and so we can use that definition. I made a pronoun error in section 2, which is easy to correct. And in section 3A, talking about reviewing the process, I was updated that the town planner reviews those applications instead of the planning board. That's an easy thing to fix. And there was concern expressed about damage to trees and posting signs and so forth. And I think there's language that I said substantial damage in the draft, and I think that there's a way to qualify that, maybe something like damage that threatens the viability of the tree or something that clarifies that, which I see people don't like that one, but again, I'm hoping there's language there that works. There was some lack of clarity around the applicant expense language in there, and again, my view is that that was intended for trees that were replaced as a result of a resident's request. And so if a resident requests that a tree be removed and we've got to replace it somewhere, it seems to me the appropriate offset is for the resident who replaced it, wanted the tree replaced, pays for the new tree. And then in section 7, talking about the utility plans, I was reminded that we had agreed that the planning board and select board are going to do that together in terms of reviewing those plans, and I think that's fine as well. So those kind of changes, I think, are something that can at least respond to some of the comments that I got last night. But the main thing for me, again, is trying to make sure that these things are consistent, and maybe one of the next steps is to get a view from town council to confirm whose view of the existing bylaw is correct in terms of what the town code currently says or not. And I think that again, you know, and one of the suggestions last night, by the way, was, do we need to do this now? And the answer is the world will not end if we don't do this now. On the other hand, if there is a fix to something that I think is inconsistent and needs to be consistent, I don't see any reason for waiting to take this on. So that is sort of my quick replay of conversation to date with this. And again, I respectfully disagree with some of the comments I had last night at the planning board. I actually am in favor of native species, but I'm not in favor of a rigid requirement for it, which I think is consistent with what exists with the town bylaw. So again, that's sort of where I am at this point, and I would appreciate any additional comments people care to offer.
So first, I wanted to acknowledge that maybe there's one or two of these in the packet, but we received probably a dozen, maybe more, letters from people who are against changing a requirement for native tree replacement versus keeping it the way it is. Mm-hmm. I think the idea of asking town council to opine on the issue that you raised, which is the policy in conflict with the bylaw? I took a look at it earlier today. I think just one point is that under state law, a tree warden has authority to make regulations for the care and preservation of trees, and here, because of the odd special act, we are
the tree
warden. Yes. So I thought that does give us a lot of leeway there. Going through it section by section, I think when this policy was put in place, one of the good features of it was that there had been a process that had been developed between the select board and the planning board for how to handle and kind of inventory trees that people were looking to take down and, you know, the spreadsheet. And I think that was a good thing. And that was one of the cores of this policy is that keeps that's in section 2. And that's, you know, working. I mean, the whole substance of this is really the tree replacement language. And whether or not the select board can have a policy that requires native species or just encourages it. And also in 6B, I think the intent of 6B is that if a public shade tree is taken down because the removal wasn't for a public purpose, meaning like a safety hazard or something like that, someone just wanted it taken down for more aesthetic reasons or something like that, that would trigger a requirement that the person that asked for it would have to pay.
That's my understanding,
okay.
yes.
I mean, I think that if someone comes and they brought to our attention that there's a tree that was hazardous and it was taken down after a hearing because of that, you know, it wasn't an emergency.
Hazard, that's town expense, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so I just think that could be, the wording of that could be clarified.
Okay.
So that would not involve having the person that asked.
Correct.
for it.
Yes.
Okay.
Right,
okay.
yeah, that would be my view at least.
So that part is just kind of a wording change. I think I'll leave it at that for now. Of course.
Can we finish, can we all
Okay,
go before? we
okay,
talk?
sorry.
So just to be clear, which I didn't understand until a few minutes ago, the draft we've got doesn't reflect the comments that planning board made last night?
No, it does not.
Okay.
It does not. I ran through
I
that
can
list, but
back up on
those
that.
are
So-
relatively straightforward.
Either-
And the planning board doesn't agree with my changes that I'd suggested here, it sounds like, at
So
least not all of them.
At the same time that we posted this in the agenda, I also sent an email to Freddie and I think the entire planning board, sending a copy of these and letting them know that we were going to be discussing them tonight. That's why the planning board has had more of an opportunity to discuss them before we have.
Okay,
All right.
that I didn't understand.
Okay.
So this, to me, is not a question about using native trees or something else. I'm not getting into that, that's not my area. It's just, I know that when a bylaw says something, you can't have a policy that contradicts it. Bylaw goes first, bylaw wins always. So, you know, until I talked to Andrew a few minutes ago, I thought it was pretty clear what the bylaw says, but maybe not. So I agree that, even though I talked to Jay Tellerman today, maybe I didn't word it in a way that made it perfectly clear, but when you see these 3 bylaws that have the words goal, recommends, encourages, I don't see how that is the equivalent of required. So I do think we need to get him to weigh in as to whether this policy, I mean, to me, this whole thing is about this one sentence, you know, the rest of it was wordsmithing, making, you know, minor corrections. We did this, just to be clear, we did this at our last May meeting when Lisa was on the select board, because she'd done all this work to get to this point, working with Mimi, and we really wanted to get it done before she left the planning board. So there probably is some typos, whatever. So I'm fine correcting all those. But to me, the substantive thing is whether we are contradicting the bylaw with the requirement to always use native trees when we are doing replacement of public shade trees. So I do think Jay's got to weigh in here
Yep.
and
And so,
let us know.
Mimi, before you talk, there's one question I have that maybe you could answer, which is, you look, so the bylaw that we're talking about is chapter 153. And I'm looking and it says, adopted by Southborough Town Meeting, annual town meeting 2019. I just don't remember. It's a very short bylaw. Okay, so it would be helpful to get the background on that. And so, I mean, section 4 called public shade trees, it's 2 sentences. It says, it shall be the policy of the town of Southborough to encourage the conservation of public shade trees as defined in chapter 87, section 1, and to establish a planned program of planting trees as defined in Chapter 87, Section 7, the tree warden shall determine the type and size of the tree with the goal to have a native public shade tree planted in a location at the discretion of the tree warden. So where did that language come from? What was the idea about it? What was the thinking? Was it required to adopt this exact language to become a tree city? I've never completely understood. There's some grants that are made available to you by being a tree city? So that's what's on my mind in thinking about that. Okay, thank you.
Al?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So I agree that as a guideline and a goal, we should be encouraging the planting of native species, and in particular, straight native species, non-cultivars. But I think we need flexibility, and I'm going to tell you sort of my view on that is that our native species of trees are under assault at the moment. Most of you are too young to remember the Dutch elm, which was a magnificent tree that created a cathedral-like arch. If you walk down Elm Street, it was like walking through a cathedral, and that's gone. But there, after 50 to 75 years of hard work by horticulturalists and universities, there are now cultivars of the American elm that appear to be resistant to the Dutch elm. So we could actually, if we are willing to endure cultivars, actually bring back, or at least start to bring back, species that were native to this area, so that maybe my grandkids could actually know what an elm tree looks like. The same thing is true with the American chestnut. There's an American Chestnut Society. It was subject to the chestnut blight, which meant basically it could grow up from rhizomes, but it could never actually reach sexual maturity. And now there are cultivars of the American chestnut that appear to be viable against the chestnut blight. Our ash trees are going to be gone in very short order due to the emerald ash borer. And the property I manage, we've lost a significant number of ash trees, and I'm trying like crazy to save the one 14-foot diameter ash tree that we have by inoculating it every year, and I think I'm probably on a fool's errand. The hemlock is under assault from the woolly adelgid. The spruce trees are under assault, and there is some risk to the maple tree. So we need the flexibility because our native trees are under assault, and to the extent that we can develop cultivars that may preserve them, they may not be pure, but they may be the best thing we can do. As I say, I would love to have an elm street lined with elms that my grandkids could look at. And so I think we need flexibility in terms of this rather than sort of a doctrinaire, one-size-fits-all view of the sorts of trees that we ought to be planting. And, I will note that, we don't have a tree shortage today. There are more trees in New England today than there were in 1900 or 1800. We keep romanticizing our agricultural past, but our agricultural past was very hard on our forests and our trees. And so, our public roadsides, we add more biomass every year in terms of trees than we take out by a factor of probably close to 100. We had about 3,600 tons of biomass in trees on our roadsides, and we removed tens of tons of biomass. So in many areas, the replacement, Mother Nature is doing a very nice job for us. And so, as I say, we need flexibility in our policies. We don't need doctrinaire solutions.
Okay. Mimi, would you like to speak? And I have another question which you probably know the answer to, which is, we're only talking here about after a tree is taken down through the whole hearing process, and there's a replacement tree put in the public way, what that should be, right? Has any of that actually, like, happened? We approved, let's take all the trees that we approved for removal recently. Are those actually going to? I mean, after the hearing is over, I don't really follow it after that.
There haven't been any trees replaced as of yet.
Are
But we have a
people
tree
replacing
fund.
trees there?
Excuse me?
Are the people who, are there being trees, replacement trees put in and around?
We need to do an inventory first.
Um,
An inventory of all the trees and where the best place to plant the trees are. So I'm working on finding grant funding for that.
I thought we were in process of doing the inventory. No? We just talked about it?
Oh, but they do the little, we're going to do a whole entire townwide inventory and also the Maya that does, looks at the trees. We also want to look at places to plant trees and not just willy-nilly stick trees in places. So we can get an inventory of all the trees that we have, because the Maya does a couple streets at a time.
Exactly.
Is what we've had done in the past. And also look to the best places that trees can be planted.
So for example, like the Sears Road hearing that we, not Sears Road. Was it Sears Road?
Sears Road for the electric
For the
utility.
utility.
Yeah, we need
Yes,
a bunch of
okay, so I
trees
don't know if
to remove
that's, that would not be subject to these requirements, right? That there has to be a replacement if it was
No.
pursuant to utility plan?
Yeah, that wasn't a resident request.
Okay.
No, that followed this policy. They came before us
Yeah.
because they were trees over 8 inches, so it didn't fall under their vegetation management plan, so they went through the hearing process, so yes.
But, so, like, there were a couple of those where I looked at it and it just, the tree was in a place where I thought that it was so close to the road, it didn't make sense to put another tree, like, right there.
Correct, which is why we need to do an inventory to make sure if we're
Okay.
going to launch a tree planting program, that trees go in places that they have a chance to survive and that they're not going to be posing a danger.
All right, so it's like we're discussing something kind of hypothetical, theoretical, that hasn't actually happened yet, right? The actual replacement of trees in the public way that were taken down through the process, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But a couple of things. I disagree that you've looked at one piece of the bylaw. There are two things. This policy has nothing to do with zoning, but if you want to take a holistic view and look at the whole bylaw, native species are required under LID special permit. So there's inquire, encourage, recommend. So there is requirements under the bylaw for native species. So that's neither
What's the
here.
site on that one?
174.
I looked at the lid bylaw.
13.
I'm not sure.
Lower impact development?
Yeah.
174 what?
174 dot 13 E2I.
174, I'm sorry, what was it?
E2I.
13E2I.
To obtain approval for a project subject to the provisions of this bylaw, the special permit application that meets the LID design principles stated below. Use of native plant vegetation. So, but that's neither here nor there. So I understand we need flexibility. I would like to put forth a compromise language. Because I think the language that you put referring to 153 and 174.13, you would also have to refer to 174.13.3, the master plan, the hazardous mitigation plan, the street tree guidelines, and the downtown district design guidelines.
But those plans, again, don't have the force of law like the town code does. I mean, town meeting.
Not like the town code, but
Town
they
meeting's never voted
do,
on those.
case law does say you should follow your master plan in regulations and policies.
But Mimi, before we get into a compromise, can we just stay on the big picture, which, what Al said? Can someone speak to what, if you disagree with what he said as far as we've got all these issues with these trees now, and I know about the ash on the property he's talking about, what's wrong with what Al's proposing to do as far as trying to, stem losing all these trees? I am not a tree person, as you know. So I thought he made a pretty compelling argument as far as the flexibility needed to fight all these diseases.
I said I agreed.
You do agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is so native plants are the ecological basis which life depends on, including birds and people. So that's why that's so important. And we have been assaulting our environment. There's our insect population is declining because they're very specialized and they only eat certain native plants. They've co-evolved for thousands of years with certain native plants, and we're not planting natives, we're planting plants that are native in Japan. And so they're starving, which makes the birds starve, and all the way up the food chain we go. So that's why it's important. But I agree with Al, we need flexibility, which is why I would like to propose language under that section. So, let me find it. So under 6, tree placement, have A read, at least one tree shall be planted for each public shade tree that is removed in accordance with the public hearing process laid out in this policy. And then have B state, all trees planted shall be straight native species unless there is a specific instance in which a native cultivar would be a better choice. All trees planted shall be a species recommended in the June 30, 2019 Southborough Street Tree Guidelines.
Do you have that written up and then, okay, do you have an electronic version of it too and send it
Yeah,
in?
yeah.
Okay, so then Sam, maybe that's the basis.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
the-
I'm certainly willing to look at that, yeah. I want to look at the street tree guidelines. I haven't looked at that in a while.
So
So
the other
unanimous
thing,
with the planning board as far as this
Excuse
compromise?
me?
Unanimous with the planning board as far as this compromise?
yes, us four, yes. The other
What
thing,
about Jesse? Oh, just-
he's not here.
Okay.
But the issue with your, as I called them last night, the loophole words, the significant damage and significant
Right.
injury, that is inconsistent with Mass General Law, Chapter 87, Section 11 and 12. It says injury or damage, not significant. This language is from Chapter 87, so we're inconsistent with that if we add those loopholes.
Yeah, again, I guess I don't think of it as loopholes as much as flexibility, but, I'm not going to,
Well, if you want
Argue.
consistency, you
Yeah.
should be consistent with Mass General Law.
I'm not going to argue with you on that one, okay?
Yeah, for the 10th. Yeah, oh, we have more than enough time.
And I think, the issue one of the big issues on this was that we've been working collaboratively with the with the select board for almost 4 years on this. And changes are being proposed no one ever reached out to the planning board. You sent 2 days before our meeting, you sent that, but no one said, oh, this is inconsistent, can we talk about it? It was like, this is what we're going to do. And as over 50% of the streets in Southborough are scenic roads, I think that this policy should be a collaboration between the select board and the planning board.
I would point out that I actually did come to your meeting last night and spent
Thank you, Sam, and I thanked you last night, and I'll thank you again.
But I'm not looking for thanks, I'm looking for, again, reinforcement of the concept that, I didn't see us being headed toward a vote tonight, for example, on this.
No.
And so, to me, coming to your meeting last night and talking about it was an opportunity to reach out, discuss, just as this is. And again, I appreciate the input, and it seems to me that that is an example of collaboration, as opposed to You know, the extreme other end of it is if we vote on a policy and then send it to you and say, this is what we did, and we certainly weren't headed toward doing that. So, anyway, apologies for any, misunderstanding around that, but that was my view at working together, frankly, which apparently didn't resonate on the other end.
So I agree, it should be collaborative. We accomplished an awful lot in the last year and a half as far as developing a tree policy to protect the trees in this town, so I'm there. But it sounds like it sounds like we can get this done, that you agree that what Al said is reasonable, in that there are situations where you would use a native cultivar instead of a native. So why not between now and when we do this, this is a suggestion, Mimi, and maybe Lisa and Al and Sam sit down and see if we can't get this to a point that they're happy with it, and then bring it back to us.
Okay, but I do think that town council should also look
I
at
agree,
this.
and
So-
to make sure.
The issue is that we don't have a town council, we have a select board council. So if he thinks you don't want native species, then that's the end of that.
Mimi, we're not
don't
going to
agree
say
with
that to
that,
him.
Well,
I agree with both
he-
parts of that, but we're not going to say to him, oh, this is what we want, make sure we can get.
Well,
there.
if we have a
don't-
compromise, why do we need to discuss it with town
Because
council?
we still want to make sure that it is compliant with the bylaws. So what you mentioned tonight, I didn't know was there. I thought we had all the references to native with what
But
Sam had
this
given
has
us.
nothing to do with zoning.
So let's just, I agree, town council needs to weigh in here. We're not going to try to bias him as far as what, we have never done that, and we won't do that, and no smirks, please. So let him weigh in as far as whether what we're trying to do is compliant with the bylaw, and then if it's not, let's change the bylaw to be what it should be next March. We're just trying to make sure that this policy doesn't contradict the bylaw. And it sounds like we got lots of parts to look at here. I'm not a lawyer. Andrew is. He thinks, he read that first one different than I did. So let Jay weigh in here, and then you guys sit down and come up with changes to the policy that are conform with the bylaws as far as what Jay says, and get this done.
And I don't think it hurts to see what he says, and if he says something that people aren't happy about, then we talk about it some more. and figure
Exactly.
out where we go next. He may say, we're okay, which is a great result for all of us. So,
Okay. So I don't think we need to take a vote. We see a path forward, right?
But hold on a second, she's still, okay, come on, Mimi. She's still not happy with this plan, so what,
Did he look at this policy to begin with?
I
No.
don't know that he did.
this is all I did,
I
so.
don't know what the point is.
I'm trying to keep us out of court, I guess, ultimately. If somebody doesn't like, what the result is and appeals a decision that the planning board or we make, I'd like to have reasonable confidence that we have language here that we can stand
Yeah.
behind. And if we can't, then it would be great to be able to figure out a way to fix it. If town council looks at it and says, yep, I can defend you if you make decisions based on this, that's good enough for me.
So if we have a policy that says the replacement trees have to be those listed in the Southborough street tree guidelines, how is that going to be overturned in court?
That's not going to be overturned in court, but if somebody goes in, let's say, to the planning board and for a permit, and a planning board decision requires something else, and town code may or may not stand behind that decision, I'd like to know.
So we're not talking about the tree, we're talking about something different.
I think it's highly unlikely we're going to end up in court on this, no.
It's really about what do we have the authority to do through a policy? And where's the line there between what is something that requires town meeting approval? When I looked at it, the Chapter 87 does give a tree warden power to issue regulations about the care and maintenance of trees. I thought, that was pretty broadly worded language. Maybe that is inclusive enough to include these policies. So I'd ask what, Jay's opinion is on that. But why would we not seek the advice of our town council?
Well, because the advice has been tainted because town council has come before us and said, I represent the select board, and I am promoting the position of the select board. So coming from the planning board perspective, we feel we do not have counsel.
Okay,
And we're
so-
not going to get it unbiased.
So we accept that, but we're not going to Jay and say, this is the answer we want, figure out how to get there. I still am going back to what Al said. I thought what he said tonight was compelling. You're saying you agree with it too. So I'd like to get to a point where we've got a consistent policy with bylaws, but we've got a policy too that reflects everything he said and what you seem to agree with. Hey, Freddie has it set up here, and said she agrees or disagrees, but, you know, I actually do remember the Dutch Elm, just so you know. And, you know, I see what's happening in the property he's talking about. I live right there too. And I mean, gross what's happening to the ash trees in that property. I have such a pretty piece of property and it's just horrible right now. So I'd like to get to the point that, you know, if we really agree that we should have some flexibility here, let's get it here. Let's make sure it's consistent with bylaws and go on to something else.
Okay, so it sounds like the path forward is Sam and Al, was it? Are gonna work together with you and Lisa about, so that by the 10th, there's something that irons out as many differences as possible. So that's what I think we're gonna be doing with that in mind.
Hi, Freddie Gillespie. I just wanted to comment because Kathy Cook called my name.
I did.
I would like to say that I participated with a collaborative group on this, the street tree recommendations, and specifically asked for the cultivar of the elm to be put in. I'm well aware of the chestnut. I've tried to get into that study to get some of those chestnut trees here in Southborough and continue to. So the flexibility you're talking about that Mimi recommended, I think is great. I think there's flexibility there. I think one of the things that people don't understand in the zoning code, which has been brought up, is that there's flexibility because you need it. But unless you need it, go straight species, and that is consistent throughout the code. And the recommendations in the code, it's never you have to, but whenever you're in a site plan, often waivers are given. They're not meeting all the requirements. And when that happens, that opens up the door to make better recommendations that aren't necessarily, you have to do this in the bylaw, but you want to get this, then how about doing this? And that's been our position. Using natives for the most part, and I heard Al's point on our trees are in decline, but we still have to be keeping up with getting as many native trees, because you drive down the streets in Southborough and look at all the houses and all the yards, and look at what happened with the street trees. I now have 5 acres of Bartlett, no, what is it, the pear. That was the street tree du jour, right?
Yep.
It's one tree self-seeded at Breakneck Hill. We now have 5 acres that we're going to have to treat or deal with. Or, you know, we're keeping it under control by mowing, but it still keeps coming back. Same thing. We've got, you know, we have the spotted lanternfly. What's its favorite tree? Tree of heaven, right? What was that? That was brought in. So we have all these invasive trees that are supporting. It's not just the native trees that are the favored trees of these invasive species. And we need to keep as many, and we've talked with the experts about the elm trees, and the Open Space Commission will be having a forum on invasive species as charged by the master plan. We have experts from the state coming in offering to give them, and we have to be dealing with this seriously. But what the state says is you don't get rid of all the elm trees because you're waiting for the one that might survive. And where they first hit the, the emerald ash borer, they're watching any tree that's surviving so that they can look to make cultivars of that maybe in the future, similar to with the elm trees, or maybe the tree will actually be self-sufficient. So they don't want us to cut them all down or get rid of them. So there's a lot of different things to deal with trees, but the first and foremost step is we've got to start planting more native trees in our landscape, because we just stopped doing it for 100 years or more. And you drive around, there's no native trees and plants for insects to live in. And it's not just for, the birds and feeding the birds. There's a big problem if you don't have insects for taking care of what goes on in nature as far as decomposing and things like that. So we're critically dependent on it. We don't know it, we don't pay attention to it because, ooh, bugs. But we need to be, we try to encourage people when they see an insect eating their plants, instead of getting the spray out to kill it, to go, yippee, the plant's working, unless it's an invasive species. So, we're working, we want to work with the selectmen and the planning board and the citizens to make this a better community for all of us, because, your children and grandchildren aren't going to have a place to call home if we don't turn around the ecology the way it's been going. And Southborough, I will say, has been noted for being on the cutting edge, and our planning board's efforts are looked up to across the Commonwealth by many other towns. People don't know that because you don't hear it, but I do. So I think you can make a compromise and still, focus on your first priority is native plants. And if there's a reason, what's the reason? And then using this the recommended street trees, because these are street trees, right? You're replacing them, so why wouldn't you use the town street tree list? So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to turn to the next item on the agenda?
Yep.
Yeah. Out of the frying pan into the fire.
The next item on the agenda is discussion of Select Board Goal Ray, Public Works Planning Board legislation. This was another one of our goals, was to basically get rid of this. Basically, we have an update from Bill Cundiff as to what he wants to do in terms of the timing of how we would proceed on this. Do you want to speak to that?
Well, yes, I think two items. Bill Cundiff, Mark Purple, and I met with Jay just to sort of talk about sort of the global issue of how we proceed, and then Bill, Mark, and I met in his office. I think Bill would like some time to get his feet on the ground and figure out what's going on. He comes from an environment where a system like we had prior to this special legislation, where there was a board of road commissioners and there was a water board and the cemetery board, and so that's what he's familiar with. He's not familiar with having the type of system that we have here. The three of us then had a conversation with Jay because there was some question about whether we could restructure things, whether we had to have special legislation to create a DPW, or whether we could do it entirely through bylaws. Jay seemed to believe that it was feasible to do a restructuring, a new system entirely with bylaws, because there weren't any intermunicipal issues involved, so that we could, and I think that's sort of the first fork in the road we have to go in is, do we want to propose to amend the special legislation, or do we want to rescind the special legislation and replace it with a bylaw, which would obviously then leave matters more in our own hands, such as it is. And I think that's sort of the first fork in the road that we have. But, I think we should give Bill a little space to sort of sort out what he wants.
If we rescind, do we have to get the legislator to do that?
Yes, there's no question. It came out of the legislators, we'd have to go back with a special act.
Makes sense.
So if we rescind completely, then the replacement would be a bylaw?
Local
Yes.
bylaw.
That we form the DPW in?
Yes.
Because the special act did a lot of stuff. It didn't just form, just for a little background, John Butler, who remembers what went on, I don't know if you do, back then,
Yep.
said those two sentences that form the PWPB were thrown in as a bone to someone. And when you look at who appoints it, it sounds like it was a bone to someone who didn't trust the select board to maybe manage the DPW.
Shocking.
Yes.
Yes.
Because why on earth would you have the moderator appoint, 2, planning board appoint 3, or whatever they do? I mean, it's such a, crazy scheme to do it. But he said, it was just thrown as a bone just to get the thing to pass. So it didn't have, that's why it wasn't flushed out. It probably was amended on the town floor. That's why it's 2 sentences and totally ineffective.
Yeah, so that, as a completely separate matter, so the one is, how would we proceed? Then, in terms of my thoughts, I mean, I have been admonishing people that, this board and the boards that we appoint should not be meddling in the affairs of the planning board any more than we should be offering advice to the school committee on a curriculum. And, this board is responsible for the DPW. And, we are responsible and accountable, and if the voters don't like the way we do things, we pay the price. And so I think we should have the responsibility of, if we have a planning board, appointing that planning board.
Okay.
Public Works Planning Board, you mean?
If some form of public works planning board exists, it should be done, yeah.
What did you just say?
He said planning board, but he meant public works.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, yeah.
All of you are welcome to
Yeah.
apply for appointments.
If we have some form of public works planning board,
Yeah.
it should be appointed by this board
By
because.
the select board.
By the select board.
Because the DPW answers to the select board.
It answers to the select board, and we are responsible. And, you want to align responsibility, accountability, and authority.
But if Jay is correct in that we can actually do it in a local bylaw, it seems to me that, while we give Bill time, we could move forward with the special act rescission, potentially with the legislature, and that leaves the field open for us collectively to think about.
So that's the point that I wanted to pick up on.
We better have the replacement bylaw
Yeah.
passed first.
Yeah, that's
Before you
exactly
rescind.
right.
But it's going to take us a while to do that, so.
Okay,
The
because
legislature moves slowly.
what I understand is that if town meeting gives the select board the authority to petition the legislature to say,
Right.
please amend or repeal.
rescind.
It's gonna take a long, it's not
That's
gonna be
right.
done the next day. It would take maybe a year.
Yeah.
Why a year when
best.
normally, when we have something that's got to go to the legislature?
Special acts often take a long time.
So it's a little bit similar to the discussion we had about 20 in Highwood. We take on kind of a, it's strange to call this an ambitious goal. It's just a,
Well, time-consuming is
Yeah,
what
yeah.
it takes time to get done.
but instead of saying, well, we'll just put this off for another year, you could at least begin the process by preparing something that would,
Yeah, what would we do
I would,
if we were going to reconstruct here?
I would suggest something a little different, which is, I think we actually have to pass the bylaw, which is effective contingent upon the rescission,
Rescission or rescinding?
rescission, is that the right word?
Rescission.
The repeal of the, rescission of the act,
Rescission.
so that,
Yeah, we could do that.
because frankly, I don't think we'll get town meeting to agree unless they know what we're.
Oh, that makes perfect sense, as far as the way to do this, right?
Yeah.
And so it's contingent on the special act being legally rescinded by the legislature,
Right.
right? And then we're off
Right.
the races. And the bylaw would include whatever we think should be the replacement board to help Bill do
Yeah,
his job?
it's, yeah, it's the full replacement of the special act.
But given Bill's desire to
I'm sorry, Andrew is desperate to opine.
no, so my view is that I thought of what would replace would be like a DPW advisory board. It would be advisory, it could work with the DPW superintendent on things like recycling, transfer station. I mean, there's a little bit of a line there about, does it also include review of, capital projects? Because that's something that capital already does. It seems like there'd be duplication of effort.
Not necessarily, because remember, capital, CIPC is there to vet something that comes in. They don't originate projects, right? Just like CBC, they don't originate. So this board could, with Bill, originate the project, right? And then it goes forward to capital to actually vet. They make the presentation to them, and then they come to us. To me, if we go this road, that board should have technically qualified people on it that understand the stuff. So, retired DPW
Public
people,
Works
whatever.
people, that's
Yeah,
right. That's the
that
way
really
other towns do
understand
that.
the stuff, that can truly have expertise. I mean, DPW is complicated, right?
Yep. So I know the planning board is here, and I've seen on the planning board agenda discussion of this too. Is the real concern of the planning board just about the appointment of this board, or, I mean, I would naturally think, because right now, the structure is the moderator appoints 3, the planning board appoints 2, and that you would want to keep that? Or some form of that?
I don't think so what we discussed and what was in the letter that we sent on August 16th was that we would be in favor of the rescission of the special act as long as a bylaw committee was formed. And to your point, to do the things, the transfer station and recycling. And to Kathy's point, I think it's important that big public works projects are followed through, that people get to comment on them before they're, the shovel's in the ground. And from a technical standpoint, look at plans and say, oh, this doesn't really work. And so that's what I'm envisioning, that a more public process on these big, like road projects and sidewalk projects, that, like the Corderville Road project, last I heard it was at 25%, and it went before capital, and people were all up in arms and haven't heard another thing about it. So
They stopped that when Karen Karen's gone, and so waiting to Bill got here to resume that one. But, library's got a board, Youth and Family Services has a board that advises them, Council on Aging advises Senior Center, and, this is, maybe police and fire don't have something similar, but they're, to me, a different animal. This is a big department, so, a board like that truly is there to bounce things off. They meet, Bill's got someone to discuss things with, that know what he's talking about, and then it goes from there.
Right, and I think it would be helpful to them that there's some type of transparency there, and it doesn't look like all these things are happening behind the scenes, which was, I think,
Is the
happening
appointment
before.
power a deal breaker for you? I would prefer this, all the other advisory boards that you mentioned are appointed by the select board, right? So I envision this as appointed by the select board. Is that you wouldn't really participate in the committee if that was if it's all appointed by the select board, or?
So we didn't discuss appointing
It'd be nice
authority.
to have an agreement
That's
to
the-
go forth with town, that planning board stands up and says, we're all for this, we're all for this, advisory's all for it.
And we also didn't discuss if it's appointed by the select board, if we would want a planning board member on it.
That's another way to do it, certainly, yeah.
But if we want people with, truly
Yeah.
the technical expertise of understanding water, how it works, understanding how, roads are built, et cetera, and the planning board doesn't have that specific expertise, that's what doesn't make sense to me. I'm truly looking for technical people,
So
retired
we look at
DPW
site
people.
plans all the time.
What's that?
We look at site plans all the time. We permit subdivisions. That's roads.
You don't pave those
So-
roads.
The thing that I would like to avoid is, so the PWPB has been ineffectual for a long time. I think that in part is the fact that, over the past couple of years, there have been these things where the select board and the planning board have some policy differences, and that, you have a slate of people appointed by one authority, and then other people appointed by a different authority, and it's, the DPW superintendent feels like this is really just like a high conflict board that isn't really good for, I remember, when Bill Dolan talked about this, about the thing which keeps in my mind is sounding board versus second guest board. I have this idea as a sounding board, someone where projects like this, you can come, someone that's got expertise, what do you think about this, instead of a vehicle for just conflict. So that's why, with like all the other committees that we talked about are appointed by the select board, and as Al said, ultimately it is the select board's job to, monitor the DPW and if the select board isn't doing a good job, that there's a recourse for that, right? So that's why, well, it's good they're having this, that's good we're having this discussion, because that's the thing that I've wanted to get out there, is did you want to participate in order to preserve a planning board appointment on this committee?
So as I said, we haven't discussed that. I don't think that's it. I think having a viable, helpful committee and helpful to the DPW is what we were looking at. But
So Mimi didn't say keep the appointment piece. She said put a planning board member on this board,
I
right?
said we haven't discussed that either.
Possibility, yeah. So maybe the next
But we
step
are,
is to let the planning
we
board
are
discuss.
the elected planners in the town. So
Yep.
There's no other entity like this in town that I can think of, even close to this, where you've got this crazy appointment process, right? I mean, is there anything that we can
The
think of?
moderator appoints
Personnel board.
advisory.
Yeah, but he does the whole
personnel
thing. But he does the whole thing.
Exactly.
And he does that for a reason. You're trying to keep legislative and executive apart. That we know why he does advisory. That makes sense.
Yep.
Personnel, I'm not quite sure where the logic was there, but whatever. But there was a reason he appoints advisory, but he does the whole thing, and he
Right.
does the whole personnel. So there's nobody that has, one group appoints piece, another group appoints piece, and they don't talk to each other, and you end up with this. Who is? MTC?
Technology.
School committee, it's select board, it's library,
All right.
potentially health.
I think the reality is that the existing system is designed to fail.
It succeeded.
If I were the DP.
it met those expectations.
Yeah, it has met those expectations, and it has to do with the accountability. If I were the DPW, and, I would know which side my bread was buttered on, and it's not buttered by the Public Works Planning Board. It's
By the planning board.
it's
Public Works Planning.
the DPW's bread is buttered by the Select Board, and so I think I'm open to having a member of the planning board be appointed by the select board. As you guys say, you do read prints and street plans all the time, and that's a big hunk of that. So, you may not have engineering degrees, but, I don't have a forestry degree either, but somehow I'm managing open space, and you learn as you go along. So, but I think having this some sort of advisory board, and I would actually urge that we also have a certain amount of geographic dispersion, because the DPW operates in a lot of neighborhoods. And, I mean, that may be an informal goal, but I think, neighborhoods need to know when, the streets are going to get paved, and, the culverts are going to get drained and redone, so.
So, I mean, the next step would be, I envision is starting to see a draft of what something would look like. So,
Bylaw, yep.
yeah, I just hate the arrogance of like forming more committees. and
I still like,
subcommittees.
I still like Al's ideas as far as process goes, which is do the bylaw that would be effective when the special act gets rescinded, go to town meeting, try to get it rescinded, and send it over, and then as soon as that gets rescinded, we've got the bylaw ready to go.
Does the select board want to still be tree warden?
No.
No.
I was about to
Give me a
bring,
minute to think about that.
I was about to bring that up, that, we could also get rid of that as part of this
Yeah.
too, and,
Yeah, and, Tim had actually forwarded me an email suggesting that there were several other perfecting matters that we should deal with, so,
Yep.
I think we got a little bit of time on this one, but I think it's, we ought to, I think, draft the bylaw, because I think, the request to rescind should be relatively short.
yeah, but the bylaw won't.
Okay, so are there any hands raised for, at least on the select board and again, my personal view, I don't like forming another committee, but just this person
Working
would
group.
liaise with the planning board about the contents of this.
before we decide that, can we agree that the process is to, our goal, what we're going to try to do is propose a bylaw for March town meeting, right? That will replace the special act, ask for the special act to be, town meeting to approve to rescind it, right? And the bylaw to be effective upon the rescission. So can we at least agree with that first? I think we should vote on that piece of it, right? Then we can decide how we're going to come up with that bylaw. Another committee, another ad hoc committee.
Can you go through that one more time?
I just want to make sure we agree in the process, right? Al, I think, has proposed a reasonable process to get this done as soon as possible. Get rid of
Okay.
this thing, right?
Yeah, that
And
makes
I don't know how
sense.
you'd get it done any faster than that. To me, that is the fastest way to do it.
That would be
So-
lightning speed by town
Yeah.
standards.
gotta go
You've
to
got to
town
have a
meeting.
bylaw that is going to be effective, if approved,
Yeah.
upon the approval by the legislator of the rescission of the special act, if that gets approved by town meeting,
That sounds sensible.
all right?
Yep.
Do you want to make a motion?
So moved.
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
All
all
right.
those in favor?
Second.
All right.
All those opposed? None.
Now, how do we get the bylaw? So, go for it.
Who's going to do it?
I think I drew the short straw on this, and
You've got a lot on your plate right now.
I know I do, and
With dispatch, you've got a lot, so,
Yeah. I'm willing to work on it,
Okay,
but I would yield to somebody who really wants to work on it.
but I think you should involve the planning board too,
Yep, yep.
as far as. So it looks like Debbie has been nominated or drafted.
Pointing at Tim.
Oh.
all right.
So
He looks interested.
the path is relatively clear then?
Okay.
Mr. Lett has a comment?
And by the way, I don't know if Tim has done a whole, you've seen it, okay.
It was circulated to both planning board and,
All right, it's like a PowerPoint presentation, all right.
Of what?
well,
Thoughts,
you actually got it too. So I did two things
high-level
in
thoughts.
advance of this,
Of this?
on
Yes.
this.
This
Okay.
topic, yep.
One, I looked at the special act, and I hate to disagree with lawyers, but it's not clear to me that simply trying to do the whole thing as a bylaw works when you look at all the other things that state law talks about, for DPWs and the superintendent and all that. I think,
Can I stop you there? You can't repeal the whole thing. There's parts of it you wouldn't want to repeal. The
Right.
merger of the departments, you wouldn't want to repeal.
right, and it's fairly straightforward to, I think there are two things plus some cleanup that one wants to do. One is we want to dissolve the Public Works Planning Board as it currently exists and replace it with a standing committee or a bylaw committee, whichever language you prefer.
So now we're talking about amending the special act?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
Because that's not what we said, that's not what we voted on just now.
basically removing and
Okay, we
replacing.
said rescind, so now we're talking about amending.
Because you don't want to accidentally go back to having,
Oh, I agree, that's why I said the bylaw's got to be complicated because of what all the special act did, and you guys poo-pooed that, so you said, no.
I have given this a little bit of thought, and if at some point I can put up the slides and do it in an organized fashion. But the second big thing is to rescind the parts of the special act that make you the tree warden, because it's a nuisance to you. You don't have the competence. I mean, you're not arborists, and you're forced to make political decisions rather than arborist decisions because that's the nature of your office. It's just sort of the way it works. And then there's, a little bit of cleanup, like it talks about the Board of Selectmen and you've renamed yourselves. Little things like that. But I think the safest path is to have the special act amended so that, it does those three things, and then to have a bylaw that, yes, takes effect upon dissolution of the Public Works Planning Board, that appoints something that I've been provisionally calling the Public Works Advisory Committee, right? And, you know, the Public Works Advisory Committee would be something that, you know, is appointed, I think, by the Board of Selectmen, that advises the Board of Selectmen and the DPW superintendent. It handles the gathering public input and all that. I have not tried to fill out the gory details of what that charge is, because I think that's something that requires discussion. I've let Bill Cundiff know that I'm available to talk, and he's also gotten a copy of, you know, the 2 documents that I circulated to you folks. We haven't gotten together yet because he's still trying to absorb, you know, living in the town. You know, as far as you know, trying to continue to pull this together, well, I guess I've done a few bylaws for the town. I am willing as a private citizen to, you know, pursue this to a point. I'm not willing to become a municipal employee or committee or anything like that. But I do have a track record of
Effectively,
putting some of these together.
you're effectively a municipal employee.
No, I will not accept that language.
So we need to revote what we did?
Or
I
wait
think-
till next meeting, come up with a chart, you know, somebody agrees, they'll come forward with a draft charge of this
When you say a
committee.
charge.
Not a charge.
Well,
Draft
we're talking
bylaw.
about,
This-
well, no, we're talking about forming a subcommittee here, or forming a
Not
committee.
really. no.
Why don't,
Me
why don't, wait,
Me and Debbie and Tim.
why don't we ask Jay? Because, you know, we had a fairly short discussion with him. Let's ask him to opine on a more serious basis, whether, in fact, rescission is the right way to go.
Yeah.
I know, Tim, if you've got some concerns, if you could enumerate them, and let's have Jay review them.
In my experience, you know, when you throw something out, you lose something. And, you know, we have specific issues with the special act, and my inclination is, you know, to fix those and not fix what ain't broken. And then in terms of, you know, where we do something complicated, put it in a bylaw where we can change it, you know, with town meeting, not without going back, as I've said several times from this podium, you know, on hands and knees to our representatives in the general court and go through that whole process. I mean, the Public Works Planning Board, we cannot restructure.
Yeah,
When it's a state creature, it needs to be a town creature.
Right, so my feeling is the special act was a byproduct of 30-some-odd years ago.
Well, I was there.
Yeah, I wasn't, and, you know, I think we need to bring this to make, you know, to make our own byproduct, so to speak, and I think that to the extent that we can control our own destiny.
With a bylaw.
With a bylaw.
I think that's what we just agreed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
There's
Tim is,
two-
Tim
there's
Tim
two
is simply
schools of thought
disagreeing.
here. Tim's saying amend the special act because it'd be easier to do, you don't have to change everything, and you're still stuck with the special act.
No, but a special act
okay.
plus do a bylaw.
Now, what-
That's not what he's saying, Sam. He's saying amend the
listen
special act.
carefully.
Excuse me?
Listen carefully,
Okay.
Kathy. What I said is there are 2 pieces to this. One is to get rid of the objectionable parts of the special act, which is, you know, the tree warden, the Public Works Planning.
Okay,
Board.
got it. Second?
The second thing is to form a bylaw committee, a town meeting, standing committee, that does what we wish the Public Works Planning Board was doing, right? And that is something that then is under our control. It's purely
Local.
a creature of the town. It's, you know, town meeting, it's the same way we created, you know, the
I got it, we got
EMPC,
it,
Youth
got
and
it.
Family Services, you know, any other, you know, committee. And, you know, I don't want to get into the business where the special act is working, and it's made sure that, we have a contracted, superintendent who has responsibilities under the motor vehicle laws and the traffic laws and the, and everything else, and then try and consolidate that under a bylaw. I don't think we gain anything by doing that. There's some risk in doing that. It's complicated. It makes the bylaw complicated. What we want is a simple advisory committee to replace the Public Works Planning Board that's charged by the town meeting, managed, by the town, and does what we want it to do.
Okay, so he wants an advisory committee by bylaw, right? And then he wants to take the special act and amend it.
Clean it up,
To
fix
get
it.
rid of
Yep.
tree warden, get rid of PWPB, whatever else needs to be changed in
Well,
it.
it's not actually get rid of the tree warden, it's to restore the tree warden.
Okay.
So, because the tree warden, again,
All right,
is...
we get it.
Yep. Tree warden is now a person as opposed to a board.
Right, but the tree warden is referenced in Mass General laws, as Mimi will tell you, in 9 million different places. And, we don't want to try and recreate that and tie that into, what the legislature is going to do next month. Just recreate the office so that we look like any other town that has a tree warden who's a person. And to do that, we need to amend the special act, because the special act undid that.
Okay, so I see I'm trying to get towards the end of the meeting.
Yes.
So the motion
I don't see
that
that-
I made and we approved, we're going to have to redo based
Yes.
on, if we agree with what Tim
Yeah.
is suggesting, which actually I think makes a lot of sense.
And
Mimi's nodding yes.
what I had in mind is one person works with someone else from the planning board who just draft something up, doesn't need to be next meeting, just on a target so that it's,
Have something specific.
yeah,
to
something specific.
Discuss and focus on,
Yeah,
As far as the new board,
just language.
as
Yeah,
far as the new
proposal.
board.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, that's what I think Debbie and I would
Okay,
do with
that's what I
Tim if
thought
he's
too.
willing to help.
Yeah, I'm willing to
Yeah.
help.
Good.
Okay. And in the meantime, we can clean up the special act ourselves to get ready for town meeting as far as.
No, this is all part of one.
All part of the
All
one.
part of
The whole
one thing.
thing. All right.
Okay,
If you look, I sent you a
yep,
potential markup of the special act, of what you would be asking. It also has, what you would put in the warrant in order to get that authorized, and sort of the gross outlines of what an advisory committee bylaw would look like.
Okay, so can I do the motion now?
sure.
Okay, so I move to appoint Mr. Stivers, Ms. Demurray, and Mr. Litt to do two things. Number one, to, for lack of a better term, clean up the special act based on what they agree should be done. And number two, come up with the proposal to town meeting for a new committee or board that will support the DPW.
Second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay,
And the planning board is conceptually on board with that?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Thank-
It's fun collaborating.
I hunt their meetings too.
But it takes a long time, right?
Oh, I want to.
the last item is
An
finalizing,
easy one,
okay.
finally, right?
So,
We hope.
office hours.
Wait a minute, I got a bunch of changes.
By the way, does everyone have the most recent one that has all the dates through the end of the year?
Yep.
Okay. For October 17th, I can pencil myself in, but if there's something I have in Boston that I don't know how long it's gonna go. So, but I know that the October date and the November date are problematic for me, but then after December,
November, I'm good with, so I can be one of the two there. Sam?
okay,
I'm generally available to fill in on anything, so
okay,
wherever you need there.
I'm generally available as well.
okay, so here we go.
So do the 17th first.
So 17th,
Alan, Sam?
Al and Sam. 14th, I know that I'm not available.
So Al with me?
Okay, and then December 12th, Andrew and Marguerite.
Marguerite's usually pretty available, I think, yeah.
And then January 9th.
So whose turn is it again? So it's Sam's turn there. Sam?
Fine.
And either me or Al. So Al, do you want January or February?
January.
Okay, so that's Al, and then I'll do February.
Okay, so then I'll do that with you. That's not school vacation week, right? That's,
No, it's not.
okay. Oh, sorry, that's Kathy and Andrew.
Yep. Then you're back to Marguerite on the 12th.
Marguerite.
And either Sam or Al. I think it's Sam. Nope. Yeah, that's either Sam or
Maybe
Al, it doesn't
me.
matter.
Yeah, I'll do it, fine.
So if you do Sam there, then Al does April 9th, and we're back to...
Al, and then I can do April 9th.
April 9th might not be good for me.
Okay, so I can do April 9th, Andrew, with you.
May 14.
Al, May?
Yeah, make sure. What date?
May 14th. It's always the second Tuesday. And then we're back to, looks like Marguerite or Sam.
I'm fine.
After May 14th is after the election, so.
Well, the only one running is...
Al and I will be here.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that may disappear.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
so
no,
Andrew, you
Nope.
want to do,
Have a flash of sanity?
Don't do that to us, Andrew.
so you want to
That's
do
my excuse for not,
June 11th with Marguerite?
These are binding commitments, you know.
Or I'll put me, and then if you get a
I'm a very
list.
superstitious person, so I just...
Okay, so we'll leave you off. So do Casey and Marguerite for June 11th.
So in addition to Al, who else is on May 14th?
Sam.
So Vanessa, you're going to follow up with
Yes.
a printed version of this? Okay, good.
Okay, Dave's the clock.
Thanks, okay.
Is there any public comment? You do?
You retract all the things you said previously.
Okay.
So Tim Woodland Road. I just wanted to call your attention to some work that's been going on with the Public Accessibility Committee for a year or so. You're not the only people I haunt. I've been on this kick that says, sidewalks are for people, and, that means pedestrians and, children and strollers and luggage and wheelchairs, and not vehicles, cars, trucks, trailers. As you know, poles have been another one of the things you folks have actually responded to. Vegetation, trash bins, and construction materials also show up. The Police Chief Newell has been very helpful in trying to get the vehicles and such off the sidewalks. Vegetation has been a problem both from public, from the rights of way on streets, as well as from residences that abut the sidewalks. Trash bins are a continual problem for people who are trying to use the sidewalks, and the occasional construction materials or something. So, two things. One is that while we have regulations for that control parking on sidewalks, you can't. We don't have anything to deal with, the trash bins that show up several times a week in the middle of the sidewalks. We don't have anything that says explicitly that you're not allowed to save your construction materials on the sidewalks. So I wish we would look into some select board regulations on that. And the other comment I'll make is that although we do have tickets that can be issued for vehicles, those fines haven't been updated since the 70s. And at that point, I think the minimum wage was, I don't know, $2, $3 an hour, and a $50 fine was noticeable. Now I think the tickets are closer to the price of a cup of coffee or something, and we should look at putting them up. The Public Accessibility Committee website now has a page on it labeled presentations, which I encourage you to have a look at. At the moment, 4 of them are mine. 1 of them is on this subject, and you might want to have a look at those.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?